What is going on, everyone? Welcome to Adventure Co Gaming. This is your host AJ with Adventure Co Gaming here at the Haven Games, bringing to you our first Dynasty Legal Armory. Super excited to bring you this matchup. This is Nick versus Zach. Staples here on the channel. Definitely excited to bring this to you. It's going to be a lot of fun. This is our first game where Dynasty cards are legal. You can see that Hanabi Blaster on Nick's side, as well as the Plasma Mainline, which I believe he started. He actually found that Teklo Pounder really fast, able to get that extra counter on the Teklo Pounder. Pretty interesting stuff already. And here we just see Zach playing the Icelander, good old Icelander. You know, these Wounded Bulls. Kind of, you know, Michael Hamilton put the deck list on the map. Interesting to see here. We're actually going to see an armor block already, and just an armor block, so only going to take 6 here. Counter going on the Teklo Foundry Heart. Great piece of armor there. We do see Nick is playing the Visitronic Model I, which as long as he's also playing the BIOS updates, which can be really kind of crazy with that card, because you get to take the card that's in your hand and put it back on top of your deck with BIOS update, banish it with boost, and then the BIOS update will actually put it onto the field, just like Data Doll. I mean, the art has Data Doll on it, right? So you expect it to kind of give you that Data Doll like ability. But here we just see, is Nick going to be able to do enough damage fast enough to the point where he can kind of overwhelm Zach, not really get him to the point where, you know, the Icelander is going to want to slow him down as much as possible, give him those frostbites, make it so that it's very difficult to get these long boost chains off. But having 4 counters on that Teklo, or on the Teklo Pounder, is already pretty crazy. And so it's also interesting to see that Nick is going to be playing the Hanabi Blaster in this matchup, because it's going to be difficult, I think, sometimes to get to the 3rd boost card through the disruption that Icelander can provide. However, it doesn't require a resource to swing, so it can get kind of through those frostbites a little bit easier, only costing 1 as opposed to something else that would cost a little bit more. So here we're going to see the frosting from Zach, which will give Nick that first frostbite, going to make him play through that disruption here. Another card I don't really it's going to be interesting to see if Nick can get use out of it, is the card that's in his hand that I can see right now, which is Maximum Velocity. Again, kind of like the Hanabi Blaster, you have to boost 3 times, then play the Maximum Velocity, and sometimes it's just going to be really difficult to have those counters and have the, sorry, not the counters, but the enough cards to be able to go again enough times through disruption, through, and have the resources to be able to do all that and still play the Maximum Velocity. So now we see Nick, how is he going to play through that first frostbite? So he might actually activate, oh, we're just going to see a 0 to 60. He actually banishes the BIOS update. Now the nice thing about it is the BIOS update is The BIOS update is a Met card, so we were kind of talking about it. It feels like a Nimbleism that's also a Met card and blocks for 3, so it's just really good rate, and if you hit an item with it, it just feels really good. Now this is the 3rd boost card, so we're gonna get that first counter on the Hanabi Blaster. That's pretty great. If you're Nick, I think you're feeling pretty good about this turn, playing through that first disruption, and it looks like Zach's gonna just activate Waning Moon, deal another 3 damage to him. That was a big chain through a Frostbite. We get to Zach's second turn, just gonna tick that Tunic counter up. He still has 2 cards in hand. Gonna have to see how much he can actually disrupt Nick's turn. Now we see one of the new cards in Nick's hand as well, the Harpoon there. And we see Zach's just gonna do draw a card off E-Strike. Now the card I believe I saw him draw was E-Pot, and that is not what you want to see in this moment. If Nick can have a really strong turn right there, an E-Pot in Arsenal is not great. You really want a blue ice card, something to disrupt the turn, something to slow down this really fast boost deck. Here you see the next 0 to 60, gonna banish. Does hit a Met card. I believe the entire deck on Nick's side is all Met cards. There's no misses in the deck. So just a 6 damage attack, and we know that Zach, the only disruption he would have available to him at this point would be activating his Storm Striders or a Blizzard, something like that. Something to just kind of make him have to pay more than he wants to, but we're just going to see an E-Pot. Now he could play the E-Pot or activate the E-Pot to activate the Storm Striders. Will be interesting. I do see a Channel Lake Frigid in Zach's hand, so Channel Lake Frigid is actually one of the strongest ways to really screw up Dash. I mean, we've seen it in the past where just taxing everything by 1 is just so taxing to the point where they just can't pay for everything they want to pay for. And we see another D-React. We see that D-React where if you fuse, you get some Frostbites, I believe, for any arcane damage you do. But it's going to be interesting to see if... I mean, he did play the potion this turn, so he could activate Waning Moon to give Nick some Frostbites. I believe he's asking what card he fused with there. Showing him the Channel Lake Frigid once again. This dash is just really strong into any kind of... As long as you can get past that first Frostbite, just a lot of damage that can come through at any given moment. Does Icelander try to save Storm Striders for lethal, or is it more of just activating it at the best time? That's a good question. I really do think you typically would like to save it for lethal, but at the same time, if you can stop like a really big turn from, especially these aggro decks like Dash, where it can be like one big turn can kill you. Honestly, Dash can put out a lot of damage, and so it's rough. I think typically you want to save it for the kill turn, but you do use it for disruption when you have to, a little bit more than Kano would. Kano is almost exclusively for the kill turn, or at least getting them like very much in kill range, whereas I think Icelander will use hers a little bit more disruptive, or at least when she has to. So yeah, we're just going to see Zach probably Arsenal at Channel Lake Frigid. Nick's going to know it's coming. Channel Lake Frigid is just going to tax the other the hand so much, because I don't think Nick plays enough blue cards at this point in this version. Arc Beetle, thank you for the follow, thank you. But it's just gonna be interesting to see if that channeling fridge is really enough to stop it. Yeah, absolutely. You're welcome. So here we see the T-Bone. T-Bone's an interesting card because it makes them block, but they can block with anything with 0 armor and not break it. So just as we see, the Metacarpus nodes is the first thing that that Zach's gonna block with. You can give up those free 0 cost Metacarpus node blocks where it doesn't have Battle Worn, doesn't have Temper, doesn't have anything like that where you're gonna give up any kind of value. It's just the first thing you're gonna throw in front of it. Now, if Nick has another T-Bone, he can make Zach give up. I want to say Storm Striders also doesn't have a block value, so that's another one. He would have to get to a point where he gets another piece of equipment on the field or pulled up to the combat chain. If he can get rid of a Tunic or a Coronet Peak, I mean, that's pretty strong, but it's a lot to ask for. Not impossible, but definitely pretty hard to get there. So yeah, Channeling Frigid coming out, so this is where it gets really tough for Nick, really tough for the Dash player. So right now he has a Frostbite and a Channeling Frigid. So that first thing he's going to play after this costs 2 additional extra resources. Which again, I don't think this is a version of Dash that really wants to pitch too much. You're even playing Hanabi Blaster where you don't really need to usually pitch into that at all. But actually we're just going to see the Teklo core come out. And this is where the Plasma mainline gets crazy, because the Teklo core is going to come out and normally only comes with 2 steam counters on it, but we're actually going to see it get 3 steam counters, and that is pretty good against Icelander. One of the ways you beat Icelander is finding resources out of nowhere, and Teklo core is one of the best cards to do it, especially when you can juice it up with that Plasma mainline, get that extra counter. Now you have 6 floating resources. Again, there are only 2 over the course of 3 turns, but that's 2 resources you didn't have to pitch for. And that's maybe just what Nick needs to get over this Channeling Frigid. Only 1 counter left on the Teklo Pounder. Good to know there. Now, Zach has kind of withstood the barrage of these Teklo Pounders, giving everything a free 2 damage. Having to give up extra cards for that to block it out. I'm excited to just have some of these Dynasty decks on the field. To see the Hanabi Blaster Marvel foil out on the field. See a lot of cool cards. You know, we have some Kanos here playing Blessing of Aether. Just this fun stuff. A little shake up to the format. Would have loved to see it for Worlds, you know, see some really new stuff. But seeing it here has just been really awesome. Of course, Nick having that foiled out Dash, that foiled out Hanabi Blaster ready to go. He hasn't been able to get that second counter on it the whole game, though. That's kind of what I was talking about. Through the disruption, it's really difficult to find that extra card where you can just really either boost or play the 3rd card with boost and get that second counter and throw the Hanabi Blaster at Zach. Hanabi Blaster got spoiled and we were all thinking like, oh, that's a free 5 damage for for Dash. Especially in the boost matchups where it just might be enough to push her over the edge, where sometimes against Fi, it felt like if you were going full aggro, she just wasn't the... I don't know how to say it. She wasn't the... she wasn't as fast as Fi, or at least as fast as Fi could be. Whereas now, between the Harpoon and a lot of the new cards, Hanabi Blaster, it's going to be really interesting to see if she can, like, outrace Fi's. You know, she has her own little bit of disruption now between the... with the Harpoon, where you kind of rip a card out of your opponent's hand, make them block with it. But here we just see the Throttle coming in for 6 damage. There was a boost to it, so this does have go again. We are playing a bit through that Channeling Frigid, aren't we? We still had to pitch a card, and we got 2 resources from the Teklo core. Zach deciding how he wants to block this. It's a little difficult sometimes when you're the Icelander player, because you kind of get into this rhythm where you like, I need to arsenal a blue non-attack action. If I ever don't, then you're pretty much giving your opponent a free turn to like wail on them as much as they can, and that can be, especially against aggro decks like this new Dash and Fies and things like that, that can be really devastating. So Sync Blow does come out. And Nick just gonna draw. Do see he has a Spark of Genius there. Spark of Genius, kind of a interesting card because you're giving a turn off when you play it. Again, he doesn't really have the pitch too much for like these higher costed items. You know, if he goes and fetches anything that costs 2, it actually costs 4 to fetch it with Spark of Genius. So. And the Wounded Bull has just been such an interesting card for these Icelanders to pick up. You know, it's interesting because I think before Michael Hamilton really proved its worth, we were kind of like in this like, I don't know, Wizards had to play like just Wizard cards, and really that was because we were so used to Kano, I think, where the more non-Wizard cards or non-attack action cards you'd put in your deck. I'm sorry, the more attack action cards that you would put in your deck, you would threaten whiffing off of Kano, right? So they felt not as good. But then we were like, Michael Hamilton kind of put together this list where you're saying, you know, during my main phase, my action phase, I don't mind sending an attack at you and just arsenaling a card. And it could just be one attack. Doesn't need to go wide, but just a high statted attack to just throw at you. And here we see the Spark of Genius coming down. Gonna go fetch a card. Which item are we going to fetch? And that Plasma mainline has been putting Steam counters all over the place. I wonder if we're going to get another Teklo Pounder. If we're getting the second Teklo Pounder. And that's where this kind of gets really crazy, because we pitched into it. So now we get the Teklo Pounder and the Plasma mainline. If you don't know what Plasma mainline does, it's a new card out of Dynasty. Comes in the field with 5 Steam counters on it. Anytime you would put an item into the field that would get Steam counters, it gets that much +1, and then you take a Steam counter. Basically, it gives a Steam counter from it to the new item. So a lot of these items, like Teklo Pounder, would come in with 3. You now have 4 turns of Teklo Pounder. And that's crazy. Teklo Pounder gives your first boost card +2 damage, but, you know, it's just like saved on the card, so you're not giving up a card like you normally would. Like, you're not playing Nimbleism, you're not doing something like that. You're just playing the card you normally play at this point, and now that first card that Nick boosts on the next turn is going to get +4. However, the Aether Ice Vein with the Fuse, this is going to be, I believe, a red one, so I think it's either 4 or 5 damage, but either way, if it does any arcane damage, which it looks like it might, you have to either pay 2 or discard a card, so that is some real disruption for Nick. We do see Zach does have the Tunic counter on his, or the Tunic counter is at 3, so at any point he could use that for boots, something like that, get the resource, pretty much uses boots for free. But Nick just having to figure out what to do with this Aether Ice Vein. We see what I think is the 3rd Teklo Pounder in his hand. Now he could pitch this away. It doesn't block, it doesn't really need it to. It only pitches for red though, so not going to be the best in terms of stopping arcane damage. And yes, so we are going to see that, and Nick's going to have to give up a card. Does take some arcane there. Or maybe I missed the interaction there. I thought he would have to give up a card here, but we are going to see the Teklo Core. Or maybe he took it and then pitched for the... Yeah, he probably took it and then pitched for the cost of the effect. So here we see the first T-Bone coming down. It's going to be like +4 damage. So yeah, a 7 damage attack here. Did boost it, but 7 damage. Quite a bit of damage coming through on this attack. And again, Zach has to decide, how does he want to block this? How much damage does he want to send on his turn? Does he have more disruption? We know that the card in his arsenal is a Frostbolt, I believe it's called. So we do know he can give him a Frostbite token. As long as it was a blue one. I know he showed it, he fused with it, but I couldn't make out the color. It might have been a red, so where he can't play it from the arsenal, which feels really bad, but he does have the Tunic into the Storm Strider should he choose to use it. This T-Bone being buffed to 7 damage off the 2 Teklo Pounders is just pretty wild. And I think Plasma Mainline has been a big reason why this deck has just done so well already into this match. Pretty much keeping pace with the Icelander, playing through the disruption, you know, giving that extra 2 resources out of Teklo Core has been kind of huge. If you think about it, Teklo Core having an extra counter, it's like having 4 E-Pots. I'm sorry, 3 E-Pots on the field that you just pop each turn for the next 3 turns. I mean, that's very strong in my opinion. So we do see the defense react, the Sigil of Permafrost coming down, being fused, and then playing the Frostbolt to get the Ice Bolt to give Nick another Frostbite token. And if this Ice Bolt hits, it should be giving him more Frostbite tokens based on how much damage it does. And we see he has another Channel Lake Frigid, which Nick not having a Teklo Core on the field right now could be the difference when that Channel Lake Frigid gets slammed, probably on Nick's next turn. Zach playing this really well in order to keep it close. Not allowing Nick to really not even get the second counter on his gun, let alone do much of anything. Yeah, at this point, so what does Nick have in terms of Arcane Barrier? He has Arcane Barrier 2 on the helmet, and he has Arcane Barrier 1 on his boots. So he is going to take all of it. The Sigil of Permafrost will trigger its effect to give Nick another 3 Frostbite counters, and I think Nick's probably going to pass the turn here. There's a chance he pitches the last 2 cards in order to activate Teklo Heart, not knowing what they are. I think I see a 0 to 60 and a T-Bone, but I can't really make out what color they are. Now, if Zach wanted to, which I don't really see him doing that, he could crack the E-Pot and actually activate his Waning Moon, doing another 3 damage, giving him another 3 Frostbites. I think they're just explaining the interaction right now. Kind of how Frostbites work, where before the next action gets played, Zach could Waning Moon here to give him more Frostbites on the stack, but it looks like we're not going to do that. We're going to pitch into this 0 to 60. No boost here. And then, yeah, Zach's just going to 3 him again with the Waning Moon, keeping it even. You know, Zach started at a 4 health deficit. Now it's down to 1 going into Zach's turn. We know the card in Arsenal is a Channel Like Frigid, which again will, as long as it's on the field, every Nick card goes to play will cost 1 more. Now we see the BIOS update, which could be huge. So it'll be interesting to see here. We know that as soon as Nick slams this BIOS update, should he choose to play it, which he's going to, I'm pretty sure Zach in response is going to play the Channel Like Frigid. Doesn't actually look like it. Decides not to. Nope, there it is. Pulls out the Channel Like Frigid, gives Nick a Frostbite, pitches the card. And this is just so devastating when you're on that side of the field because, again, you have the Frostbite, you have the Channeling Frigid. The next thing costs 2 more. And then everything after that's still going to cost 1 more because Channeling Frigid will stick around. It provides that permanent negative aura. Well, at least semi-permanent, right? Permanent while it's on the field. Pretty much you have to pitch an ice card every turn. Pretty much it has like a cumulative, basically you have to channel. So at the end of each turn it's going to get a channel token, I believe it's called. Channel counter. And or flow counter. That's right. Flow counter. Every turn you have to be able to pitch 1 more of that type of counter, right? So for Channeling Frigid, the first turn on Zach's turn, he'll have to pitch an ice card to keep it around, and then 2 ice cards, and then 3 ice cards every subsequent turn. So you can pretty much get like an extra turn out of it, being able to play it as Icelander on your opponent's turn. But here we see Nick is going to fight through it with this 10 damage zipper hit. Didn't hit the item off the top. Unfortunate. You know, it's a bit of a gamble when you're doing it that way, but he wasn't able to opt off the top. The Viscertronic Model I can help you with that, but you're not going to get rid of that because you need your Arcane Barrier for Icelanders to not just die to any Arcane. You give up the Viscertronic Model I, you only got Arcane Barrier 1, and that is not where you want to be. Which is terrible. You have to set up your deck to be like, alright, I know you're going to hit it on this turn. Which is like one of the and Icelander does really not want to take this hit to the face, but there's a chance we might. No, it looks like we're going to give up cards and armor. We actually are going to give up the Fiendel's Fighting Spirit, a card out of Uprising that has really proved its worth in a lot of these decks. It pops dragons. The red comes in for 7. The yellow comes in for 6, still popping dragons. And it has a crazy effect where if you're low on life and you either attack with it or defend with it, you actually gain a life. So Icelander trying to hold on here. And we actually see the Fiendel Fighting Spirit coming in as an attacking card this time for 7 damage. 7 damage coming to Nick's face. There's a chance he might just decide to take this. You know, keep as many cards in his hand as possible. Unfortunately for Nick, for Dash here, the Channeling Frigid's gonna stick around. We were able to pitch that blue card, but on the other side of it, there's not going to be a card in Arsenal. You know, we gave up the last 2 cards to be able to play this Fiendel's Fighting Spirit, so no card in Arsenal for Zach for any extra disruption. Now, he could still pop Storm Striders. He still has that option. But right now, it's just a 7 damage Fiendel's Fighting Spirit coming in at Dash's face. I wonder how Nick is feeling about Hanabi Blaster in this matchup at the moment. Not being able to get that second counter all game to get that free 5 damage attack on the gun. With overpower, by the way. You know, like a line of text not to be overlooked. And yeah, I can just see Nick really not wanting to actually block or interact with this Fiendel's Fighting Spirit at all. It's just damage, but 7 is pretty low against a wizard where they can just kind of game you from there, or at least keep you in a weird lock where you have to pitch up cards on both your turn and their turn to not die. So then you're just passing, and that never feels good. We never want to do that. So maybe he'll give up a card just to keep himself at about 10. Keep himself as far out of that kill range as possible. It looks like we're actually going to give up 2 cards. Only take 1 damage here. Maybe we're going to play around just trying to get past this Channeling Frigid. Get to the point where we get a turn without Channeling Frigid on the field. And here we go. Spark of Genius. I think because of how much resources that he has left over, we're going to go get the Teklo Core, which is going to be huge. And that Plasma mainline has definitely been putting in work, you know. Another extra steam counter on the Teklo Core, so you have basically 2 turns of E-potting in a row after this. But Zach has a full hand that you did not attempt to get rid of at all. And I think I saw an Aether Ice Vein in there, which is just all kinds of powerful. However, I don't know if he's going to be able to get 2 Frost cards in the pitch. So at least the Channel Lake Frigid, if your Nick, is going away. You do not want to deal with this Channel Lake Frigid anymore. By the way, while we're getting towards the a little bit towards the end of this game, I want to thank everyone who's watching so far. If you can, please remember to share this stream around as much as you can. It helps me out a lot, and I love having you guys in here to chat with. Question asked earlier was awesome, and yeah, I love having you guys in here to chat. Makes it a little bit more lively. So if you can, do me a favor, share the stream around, like, follow, subscribe, all that good stuff, both on YouTube and on Twitch. And if you can, do me a favor, shop at thehaventabletop.com. Use promo code TeamACG. Save 10% on all Flesh and Blood singles. And they already have competitive prices, so it's a really good deal there. It helps me out a lot if you just shop there. I'm pretty sure they ship worldwide, so if you guys are out there listening and you want to get some nice stuff for Flesh and Blood, definitely check them out. And they have all your gaming needs there too. So that being said, and Enlightened Strike coming in for 7 damage, and Zach is just putting on the hurt against this Dash, trying to get Dash in a bit more of a kill range where pretty much where it's what's the word, deterministic, where like Nick has basically no way to stay alive, or at least stay alive in any meaningful capacity. So yeah, the Channel Lake Frigid will be going away. Nick goes to 9 life, so it's 9 to 12. We are going to get the 2 resources from the Teklo core. We're going to pop Goliath Gauntlet. So Zach can respond to this. Does he have an answer to it? It looks like no. We're going to let the Goliath Gauntlet resolve. Currently, Nick has no Frostbite counters on his side of the field. Nothing. He has free reign to do what he wants. Combustible Courier here coming down for 8 damage. Looks like the red. And Combustible Courier is a really good combo card, so he is going to boost it away. Does have Go again. Hits another Combustible Courier. And so what this does, if this hits, which is coming in for 8, then the next attack he boosts will have another 3 damage. So this is the Dash version, a bit of the combo that that Nick can normally do. So I think we're going to see this, and I think we're going to see a D-react of some kind here. We're actually going to see the Blizzard. So now if Nick wants to keep Go again here, Blizzard is an instant that you target an action with Go again, or you can target something with Go again. It loses Go again and can't gain it unless the controller of that card pays 2. And so Nick is going to pay 2. He's actually going to pay 3, so he has 1 floating. And now Zach does take that, and so the next card that Nick decides to boost will get the +3 from Combustible Courier. Pretty interesting there. There is an argument, I think, if Nick wanted to activate the Teklo core here, or Teklo Foundry Heart, sorry. Could go up to 2 resources instead of 1, but we're just going to play the Zipper hit, get rid of the last resource. So coming in for 7 damage is a 4 base. Does have to boost it. He's going to hit the BIOS update. He's actually banished 2 BIOS updates off of boosting. So, you know, if that's how you get rid of him, then... And Nick unable to play again the 3rd card with boost. So no Tekla or no Hanabi Blaster attack this turn. He hasn't been able to attack with it at all. That first turn of the game, he got the first counter, but hasn't been able to get there since. I have a feeling, though, if he can get to that second counter, that could actually be the end of the game. So I think we're deciding if we want to respond to the Teklo core of giving us 2 resources. I think that happens at the beginning of main phase or action phase. Yeah, at the beginning of your action phase. So this is a respondable, I don't want to say trigger. It's something that happens at the beginning of the turn. So we're actually going to see the Storm Striders get popped. Here we go. 2 resources floating. Storm Striders. Next thing can be played as an instant. Aether, Ice Vein for the disruption. This looks like a red, so it's coming in for 5 damage. And we're going to pitch into it. We're going to show Zach deciding on the Metacarpus notes, and he is going to trigger the Metacarpus notes, coming in for 6 total damage, 6 total arcane. If it hits, pay 2 or discard. So it looks like it's going to hit. I don't see a way for him not to let it hit. He has AB3. So we are going to have Arcane Barrier 3, so he could pitch 3 resources to stop 3 of it. But if he does that, honestly, if I was Nick, what I'd do is I'd probably pitch a blue to stop 1, take 5, and then use the other 2. Looks like we're going to do sort of that, take 3, and we're going to pay another 3 to not discard the card, have 1 resource floating. Then we're going to gain the 2 resources from the Teklo core that we won in the first place. And one of the cards in Nick's hand is just a card you really don't want to see in this moment, is a maximum velocity. I don't see a world where that maximum velocity actually gets to come in and hit. But we do have the throttle here. We're going to banish, gain 2 from the Teklo Pounder. I think this is going to be coming in for 8 damage again. Zach's going to give up 2 cards. I do not know. I was going to say I do not know what is in the arsenal, but it looks like it's the new Harpoon card, and Nick is going to take it. Nick will move to 1-0, never being able to swing that weapon. Pretty much played the game without a weapon on. Awesome game from Nick. Awesome game from Zach. Icelander played that really well. Nick just able to keep a little bit too much gas. It will just keep his foot on the gas a little bit too hard for Zach to be able to control. And the boosting, and that, I mean, the Teklo cores with the Plasma mainline is just so good, especially against Icelander. I think that was just a really well played game there. And I just want to congratulate them both on that. That was such an interesting game. We're going to switch over to me. Hello. Again, I want to thank you guys for watching so far. This has been really fun to watch. I mean, that was only 1 game. This was our first game, so yeah, no, that was great. I love seeing Dynasty heroes being played, or Dynasty cards being played. Dash got a lot of help out of this set, so if you can, make sure you share this stream around. Make sure you shop at thehaventabletop.com. If you guys are fiending for more gameplay content, here it is. Every Saturday we're here every Saturday we are here at 2 p.m. Eastern streaming. So bringing to you live gameplay content. Lots of good players in the area here down in Orlando, Florida. And yeah, so that being said, if you can, follow, like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. And we're going to be right back with round number 2. We'll try to find something interesting for you. I know we have some Kanos. Kanos is a little hard having them on stream, only because the games are usually so quick. But they are playing some spicy stuff. And we're going to have 3 more rounds of Swiss and a cut to top 4 for you, all being streamed here on Adventure Code Gaming. So make sure you do that. Stick around, and we will be right back. Welcome back to round number 2 here at the Haven Dynasty Armory event. I'm excited to bring this one to you. We have a classic matchup. We have Dorinthia, we have Bravo, we have James, and we have Jamie on their respective heroes that they've been playing pretty much since the beginning. Brandalorian asking, sorry I'm late, what was round 1? Round 1 was a Icelander versus Dash, and Dash was able to take that one, able to play around the Frostbites a little too well. Plasma Mainline was definitely coming in clutch in that matchup, giving the 2 Teklo cores that hit the field an extra steam counter, pretty much giving Nick, who was playing the Dash, 6 E-Pots, if you think about it, for free. So, but it was a close game, pretty much came down to the very last turn. Both players were at about 5 or 6, and was able to just get enough, like one more card off to where Zach on Icelander could not block it and was able to take it from there. So that being said, I'm excited to bring this matchup to you. We have James on Dorinthia and Jamie on Bravo, and it's going to be an interesting matchup. So what does Dorinthia bring to the table that can actually get over this very disruptive Bravo list? Well, lots of combat tricks, lots of damage that can come out of nowhere, a couple new cards out of Dynasty, including Iron Song Pride, which is an aura instant that gives a target sword +1 counter. If at any point you do not hit with your sword, you lose that counter. You actually lose all counters and destroy Iron Song Pride. So if you know, it's the same exact downside as the sword itself. So you're not too worried about that downside in terms of the counters. So any counters would fall off anyway. The thing is, I'll ask any Dory player, as soon as you have that first counter, your deck is infinitely scarier. And so having that Dory counter on demand, to where as long as you keep poking in at least 1 damage, it makes every turn that much harder to block. Now, against this deck, which, oh wow, what a great start. Now, if I'm James, I'm actually thinking I don't play the E-Strike. I just play this Blessing. So forgive me, I don't remember the name of the blessing. I do know it's a blessing, so it does not have go again. It costs 1, I think, but what it does do is that target sword at the start of your next turn, destroy the blessing, target sword gets +3, so it's basically a free sharpen steel for the next turn. So I think the blessing cards are actually the most interesting things, some of the most interesting things to come out of Dynasty. They all are like a 1, I think, costed action that don't have go again, but they all do something that their decks want to do. So here we see Jamie is just going to Cranial Crush, which is probably the weakest of the crush cards. However, we had to pitch 6 for it, so I think there's 1 floating. I think, or maybe there's actually 2. So I think if it's 6, then Cranial Crush I think is a 4 cost. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's coming in for 8. If it crushes, which is deal 4 or more damage, then you're not able to draw cards during your action phase. So we are going to see James give up a card and armor, blocking for 5, take 3 here. So no crush effect. Calling the bluff a little bit, no pummel coming through. Jamie is just going to arsenal the card. Something that I've actually noticed he's doing quite a bit is actually bluffing that pummel, trying to get that extra card for free, right? So the blessing is going to pop here. Give the sword +3 into a glistening steel blade. Glistening steel blade, that card out of the Dorinthia and Reinhard deck that actually gives the sword go again. And anytime it hits, will actually get a counter. So 6 damage coming in and go again. And anytime it hits, it will get a counter. Extremely strong set of cards here. That blessing popping, giving the free 3. And Jamie not wanting to give up the card that's in his any cards in hand or arsenal. Just going to block with a full suite of armor. Trigger the Crown of Providence, which will pretty much sink below the arsenal. Kind of a pseudo Crown of Seeds, if you will, there. And James actually has the stroke of foresight where he's going to pretty much opt, because it's draw 1, then put it on the top or bottom. And so coming in for 9 with go again. And wow, James is going to get that first counter on the Dawn Blade thanks to the glistening steel blade. And instead, actually not going to happen. We are going to go back. There is a Fate Foreseen defense reaction that is going to be played, not allowing that damage to go through. Now, if James could find any more damage, that would be where it's at, but did make Jamie actually give up 3 pieces of armor and a Fate Foreseen. That's a pretty good play if you ask me. Normally, without the blessing, that probably wouldn't have happened. Probably would have only had to give up the armor or something along those lines. But having that blessing online was pretty great. Now, something to note, James does not have an arsenal for next turn. Jamie going to come in with the buckle. So buckle is actually pretty terrifying here. 7 damage. And because James actually gave up his gloves, so they have the -1 counter on them already. So if you think Buckle's a new card. Let me start over. Buckle's a new card. It's very reminiscent to Terra Sunder, where it gives your next Guardian attack +1 and Dominate. And if it hits, destroy anything that has a -1 counter on it. So if you're able to trigger Anothos, that'll make it go to 6. And then the Buckle will actually make it a 7 with Dominate. And because the Braveforge Bracers were already blocked with, they're going to have that -1 counter. So they are in danger of being blown up by this card, or by this Anothos attack. I do like the cards Dory got recently. Interested to see how it's going to perform here. I totally agree. I think there's been a lot of interesting cards Dory got, including the Blessings, including Steelblade Supremacy, and a lot of the piercing cards too. You know, against this heavy blocking like Armory deck, could definitely matter, where it turns off that last piece, those block values on that armor. So pretty much Jamie's kind of being nice to him, saying like, hey, if you're not going to block this, you definitely want to at least block with the Brave Forge Bracers, because I'm going to kill them anyway. So get that value out of the block. And the Brave Forge Bracers are actually destroyed here. Something you don't see very often, because they do just have Battle Worn, but that Buckle putting in work and making it so those Brave Forge Bracers are gone. Now, I will say Brave Forge Bracers outside of blocking, not the strongest effect, able to give something +1, but you have to break the chain for it. The sword already had to hit one time. It's really at this point a 2 block that you're excited for that reason. But that being said, they are gone now. So James doing something that is just so fun that you get to do in Dory way more often these days, which is just swing Dawnblade without anything. And it looks like Jamie's going to say no blocks here, and we're going to out for blood this. Still don't have go again, which is interesting. And it looks like James actually chose to not use the glistening steel blade in his hand, but instead just pump the Dawnblade up to 9, doing 9 damage up to Jamie, making it tied at 31. That was a pretty strong turn from James that you normally wouldn't expect. Interesting to see that he chose not to use the boots there to give that go again. Instead, he just used the extra resource for another attack reaction, just pump more damage into it. But Jamie gonna come in with the Rouse the Ancients, showing a Macho Grande and a Choke Slam, enough to get this for its benefit of being 7 go again. And I like that he's showing me how much damage is actually on the cards that he showed. So I believe you have to show 13 damage worth of cards. And he actually had an 8 and a 6. So it's going to be 14 damage. Definitely triggering the Rouse the Ancients here. So if you're James that, 2 of the cards in hand. One of the cards is still a mystery to you. But you're definitely getting hit probably with at least a Hammer Swing. Rouse is just a nutty card. I totally agree. Rouse, they have so much go again to them that they didn't have before, between Rouse the Ancients and Zealous Belting, that a aggressive Bravo list can just be kind of terrifying. I mean, they have pummels too, so a lot of times they'll show you 2 cards, leave the last one kind of hidden, and you think like, oh, I'll just save my blocks for the actual Guardian attack that matters more, but instead you actually just get pummeled on that like Rouse the Ancients / Zealous Belting turn. Something that'd be kind of devastating, to be honest. You're just like, I'm ready to block the next attack, and then you just get pummeled. So 7 damage and go again here. It's pretty rough if you're James, deciding, again, it's one of the big questions of Flesh and Blood. How much damage can I take here? I'll be honest, whenever something just is unconditional go again damage cards, I personally almost always take them. It feels bad, but blocking there doesn't really do much for you. Unless your hand is just bad, you have to expect the next attack coming is something that matters. And it looks like it's probably going to be the Choke Slam. Nope, we're going to pitch the Choke Slam into the last attack, which is a Spinal Crush, which is just devastating against this Dory deck. Spinal Crush is a classic Guardian card. 9 damage, has Crush. Crush says if it deals 4 more damage, pretty much every card and ability you have loses and can't gain go again. So you don't have go again pretty much the next turn. And against Dory, that can be really bad. It can also not be so bad, because you have the same turn that James just had. You just pump the Dawnblade with 2 reactions and you're good. Just send another 9 in there. Just take raw damage if you can. Always try and block the on hits. Yeah, I definitely agree. The on hits are definitely the more devastating thing here. Now, this isn't dominated, so James is able to give up 2 cards. Only take 3. Still has go again next turn, but that was a huge turn from Jamie. Between the Spinal Crush and the Rouse the Ancients, that's 16 damage with an on-hit effect. And Jamie just going to draw back up. Interesting card. We here. Hey, Clever Sighted. Thank you. Thanks you for watching. Oh, Koopa Troopa 92 is now following. Thank you guys so much. Definitely check us out every Saturday. bringing you live gameplay. But here we go. We have the glistening steel blade into the Dawn Blade, giving it go again. Anytime this Dawn Blade hits, it will get a counter. So James has some catching up to do. Definitely being down by 10 damage against a Bravo deck that can be highly disruptive. Now, Jamie has an interesting card that I haven't seen him play too much. Looks like he has the Sigil of Solace, which doesn't really feel like it belongs in this deck. It can help Outlast, but his deck is a little bit more aggressive, so it's not something I like to see too much, I guess, as a Sigil. But, you know, something to try out here at Locals, but it looks like James does have the reaction here to get over this. Hey, Gruder, hey. Thanks for joining. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, so it looks like we are getting over right now this block for 6 damage, or with 6 damage coming in. Gonna get the counter from the Glistening Steel Blade. What round is this? This is round number 2 out of 4. We have 4 rounds today with cut to top 4. So we have pretty much another 4 rounds after this one to bring to you. Welcome to Wraith Meta. Let's go. Yeah, still legal, still out here, doing as much as they can. Looks like a Nothos just for 4. And it looks like we're going to hold on to that Sigil. I believe the last card in his hand is a Sigil. So 4 damage coming in. You're not really worried about pummel here, nothing like that. But it looks like we are going to bring in the old school Steel Blade Shunt. Steel Blade Shunt, blocking everything and going to sneak in that cheeky 1 damage. Because it's a weapon attack, and back over to James's turn. No Arsenal. First. And it's always good to use that Steel Blade Shunt with a Tunic counter. Not having to pitch into the Steel Blade Shunt feels really good there. Giving up 2 cards, but it looks like we do know one of the other cards in his hand is a Steel Blade Shunt. I think the other card is one of the first new cards we've seen since Dynasty came out. We saw the Blessing early, but the Steel Blade, or Iron Song Pride, I believe is in James's hand as well. So we could see that get flashed out as kind of a combat trick. I believe it's an instant aura, so we'll have to see what he does here. Looks like we're gonna give up. You know, it's an interesting thought, right? Because against Bravo, arsenaling that Steel Blade Shunt can really help you, right? It can really help get around these dominates on these really punishing effects. But at the same time, that might be the only blue in his hand. But it looks like we're just going to play the Blessing. And we're going to arsenal the Iron Song Pride. We're going for a really big setup turn here. And you got to hope that if you're on James's side of the field that Jamie does not have like a Spinal Crush, Crippling Crush, anything to really disrupt this turn. You're hoping for a weapon swing. Doesn't happen too often, but that's what you're hoping for. Looks like we are going to pitch the Showtime into a Seismic Surge token. 2 remaining. Into a Command and Conquer. Now, interesting enough, if it is an instant, which I believe it is, he could flash it out this turn. Now, it gives up the game a little bit. You'd probably want to do it on your turn, but you could flash it out this turn. If that is the Iron Song Pride to get around. Now, again, 6 damage is also not something to scoff at, and you got to be worried about pummel here. James doesn't know what the cards in hand are or the card in arsenal, and throwing out a CNC with 2 cards in hand and a card in arsenal, it makes you really start to think you're going to get pummeled here. And if you give up a card to pitch for the Iron Song Pride, so you're down 2 cards before you even get to your turn. You're down your card in arsenal. You're down a card in hand. You go into your turn with... You do have the Blessing. You do have the Iron Song Pride on the field at that point. You have 3 cards in hand. He'll also have to remember, again, if that is the Iron Song Pride, the fact that it's an instant. It's a new card. A lot of our players haven't gotten to play with them too much. Hey, Madcap Malletus. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Enjoying some Dynasty new format decks out here at Locals here in Orlando. Strong showing today. Lots of new decks. Excited to see Kano. We saw a dash last turn. We're actually going to block 3. We're really worried about this pummel. Yeah, the CNC hit here is a bit brutal, but I don't know if I would have pummeled it. And Jamie just shows that it's a sigil. Like, you had nothing to worry about. You gave me all these cards. It's one of those things where it's just really tough to really know what to do there. So here, the blessing's going to pop. Target sword gets +3. We're going to swing the sword, coming in for 6 damage. Had to give up an extra card there. Really worried about the pummel. Played around the red pummel specifically, too. Giving up the extra card and an armor block. But, you know, Dawnblade for 6. Nothing to scoff at, especially if we get that, had to play around it there, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't disagree 100%. There is the case where if you get the instant out, you give up a card, you go down to 2 cards. Maybe this turn is a little bit stronger, but I think you have a good point. I think you kind of have to play around it there, but it feels really punishing from our side, I think, because you see that he didn't have it. So, but again, you don't know that as a player on at the table right now. So, activating Bravo, gonna have the Dominate, has this really sick Bravo token to kind of show that off, and then we're just gonna have the Spinal Crush. This is just, you know, playing against Bravo, I think I can like handle like pretty much every card they throw at me, minus Spinal Crush. I think Spinal Crush is just the one that crushes me inside the most, more than anything. Emotional damage is when I see Spinal Crush get resolved against me. Not having Go Again, as both a Briar player, and pretty much every deck I've played has been kind of a go wide deck, and now James can really see that he never had the pummel in the first place, just 2 sigils. But we're gonna take the 9 here, go to 12. It's getting a little dicey for Dory at this point. No Go Again available to him. It looks like we might just get a really big weapon swing at this point. Oh, it looks like we're gonna have Sharpen Steel. It looks like, I think, hopefully they catch it. I'm not gonna run out there and tell them, but pretty much this shouldn't have Go Again if that was a Spinal Crush. So unfortunately, this should not Go Again. So the Sharpen Steel would end the turn if it resolved. Maybe I will actually go out there and tell them. 1 second. We are back. I was able to fix the situation. I did run out there and go tell them. I just wanted to be like, hey, unfortunately that doesn't have Go Again. And again, this is local, so again, testing some stuff out. Just had to remember Spinal Crush, even works on the non-attack actions. Just got to tell him, like, hey, you can't play the Sharpened Steel there. You can play it, but your turn would end there. So just going to play the Dawnblade, and coming in for 4. Sink Below is going to come out. Sink Below will cover this up completely. And it looks like Jamie's hand is actually full of defense reactions, which, makes sense. You want to play those D-reacts against Dory. You want to have pretty much as much ways to stop those Dawnblade counters from... And here we see the Iron Song Pride. Iron Song Pride will actually give that. And it is an instant, so it does actually get around Spinal Crush. Interesting. So if Jamie wants to stop this, he does have another D-react, but he'd have to give up so much to play it. I think he'd have to give up his hand. It isn't unmovable on the other cards in his hand. Well, he does actually. I think I saw Rouse the Ancients there. So he would actually have the card to be able to stop this if he wants to. It's just, does he want to? James does still have 2 cards in hand, so there is a chance that... I don't know what those last 2 cards are. So, no, it looks like Jamie's just going to take the 1. The Dawnblade counter will stay on the field, and there is no go again to be had here. There was a Spinal Crush last turn, so it looks like we're just going to get the good old Arsenal pass. But now our Dawnblade does have that 1 counter on it. But I saw a Crippling Crush in Jamie's hand, so that Crippling Crush can definitely matter. So we're going to pitch that unmovable that we could have played. And we're going to play a Rouse the Ancients. So Rouse the Ancients, we definitely have the 2 cards. We have a Chokeslam and a Crippling Crush. So Crippling Crush counts for 11 of the 13 off the bat. So any attack at that point will satisfy the condition of Rouse the Ancients. Rouse the Ancients is a 0 base attack, but it will get +7 and go again if you can reveal 13 damage worth of attack in your hand. So 7 damage and go again. But looking at Jamie's hand, it looks like this is just going to be a 7 and then a 6. But unfortunately for James, even with his armor, unless he gives up Tunic, which I do not think he will do, this is lethal. So you're going to be giving up cards in your hand. And it looks like Jamie might just be pulling away with this one, was able to put on so much pressure. I think Bravo is just such a different incantation of the deck than we have seen in the past, where Bravo used to be kind of a, we're going to set up a turn, then we're going to play a turn, then we're going to set up a turn, and then we're going to play a turn. Now it's like Zealous Belting into some Spinal Crush or something like that to take away your turn, do so much damage, race you in a way because I'm going to make your turn so terrible. He's just a really strong deck. I'm surprised we don't see Bravo at higher representation games, but I think a lot of that's because against certain aggro decks, if you ever take the boot off their throat just a little bit and give them a window, they can really punish Bravo. I mean, he blocks big attacks really well. And hey, the pitch stack is now following. Thank you so much. Thank you. But yeah, he can block big attacks really efficiently, but a lot of the little stuff is kind of, that's where his attacks are supposed to come in and kind of clean that up for him. You know, a lot of these Spinal Crushes and Crippling Crushes, really slows down those aggro decks. But yeah, it looks like James is going to block with 2 cards, take 1 from the Rouse the Ancients, and we're just going to get the Hammer Swing coming in for 6 damage. No go again, nothing like that. Don't have to worry about Pummel. It is a straight up 6 damage where James could take this should he choose to have a bit of a turn. He's going to have to find some damage, We're giving up the Iron Song response. I understand the thought of it. A lot of times Iron Song response, especially when you're so far down and you're not really threatening too much. If they don't block from hand, it's a dead card, right? So it's just kind of unfortunate considering the state of the game at the moment. James will have to grind out a lot of damage with things like Steelblade Shunt, stuff like that, to where you can kind of block a lot of damage and stay alive and just chip in damage to try to catch back up in the game. He's not going to have, Duranthia, unfortunately, in this stage of the game, is not going to have a big blowout turn, right? Because Jamie's just not going to let him have it. there's never going to be a time where Jamie's hand just is so bad that he can't like get around it, right? So that being said, we see the Fate for Scene come down, covering this up, but we have another Iron Song response. And I'm eating my words a bit, so we're actually getting another +3 here, so 7 damage. Jamie could... Yep, we're going to see the unmovable. We're not going to let the counter stay on the field. Unless James has another reaction in that arsenal to try to get over this unmovable. But I think Jamie's blocking for like 10 damage here, so... Not going to happen. Going to lose the counter from the aura blowing up. And we're going to go to Jamie's turn, where I think we're just going to see a hammer swing. Correct. Just a hammer swing for 4, but at this point, that is 50% of Dorinthia's life total. But if there's ever a time where you're going to take a turn, or not take a turn off, but take a 1-card block and take 1, this is it. You need to have a pretty good turn to really threaten this game at this point. But if anyone can, grind out a game, it would be Dorinthia. Lots of armor still there. We still have the helmet. There is a good potential for damage, if you're going to have a big damage turn, this is going to be it. Because I think from this point on, it's going to be disruption all around. And James having to decide, does he want to give up that one last card? Yep, going to take 1 here. Stay out of that. Stay out. Now, he's in pummel kill range for sure, but he's staying out of that just, activate Bravo, dominate, I win the game. Kind of staying out of that range a little bit, so where you can give up a card plus an armor. And it looks like we're just going to answer with a CNC. Now, the CNC is like, it's okay. That card in Jamie's arsenal, I don't remember what it is, but I don't think it's super relevant. However, Jamie's hand is kind of not great. I see 2 crippling crushes. I think a blue pummel. And a debilitate, something like that. Now, that is not the kind of hand you want to see when you're getting like... It is the hand where you can block 6 here. Dory doesn't have combat tricks for CNC. Not really. And threatening the hammer every turn, if you can even threaten the hammer for 6 instead, that's really putting James on a clock. You still have a 22 life point deficit. And it looks like Jamie's just going to actually take 6 here. Go to 23. Lose the crippling crush that's in Arsenal. Not too worried about it. Still has another 2 crippling crushes in hand. Gonna Arsenal that card. Go to Jamie's turn. He has a 4-card hand. Just lost his Arsenal off a CNC, but it looks like we're just gonna pitch our hand into this crippling crush. Coming in for 11. No dominate though, but it's gonna eat the hand. It's gonna eat some cards, no matter what. Now, Dory does have a bunch of 3 blocks, right? So a lot of stuff can block for 3, and this has to do 4 damage for it to do its crush effect, which is discarding 2 random cards. And it looks like we are going to give up 3. We're going to give up a lot of good cards. And actually, one of them's a 2 block, I believe. So yeah, we're taking 2 damage there. Looks like Dawnblade coming in for 3 damage. I don't know what the card in Arsenal is for James. But again, this is going to be his only chance to come back. Is just chipping away damage like this. I do see a CNC in Jamie's hand. There is a chance where Jamie just takes this, goes to 20, and then just pummels a CNC for the game. Could definitely see something along those lines. Could see Bravo get activated for a dominated anything, and then just a pummel on top of that. Looks like we're just going to give up some armor here. And we're going to have to... So those are Iron Rots. Not used to seeing those recently. So we don't have to pitch for that. And then we have the Fate for Scene. Interesting that he would do that first and not just like I don't know. I'd be okay with taking one and not giving up the Fate Foreseen here. Make James use the reaction in his arsenal if it is one. That's just me. But we probably have the game here. We do have the CNC. We do have the pummel. We could be arsenaling the pummel. I hate Twitch pre-roll ads. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, no ads. We are streaming on YouTube as well. Feel free to watch there. Twitch or YouTube works. Whichever works better for you. But CNC coming in, making the seismic surge. Coming in for CNC. Going to block with 2 cards. I think the last card is that pummel. We're just going to arsenal it here. I saw a tear asunder and a pummel, and I think another tear asunder. I think the game probably is over in the next turn, but I do see a Steel Blade shot, but we're going to pitch it away. Oh, we need those to stay alive, I think. Again, if you're Jamie and you see the kill in your hand, there's a good chance you just... What can James realistically get this to? So if he has a Go Again card, which he doesn't, he has a Stroke of Foresight. That was the card that was in Arsenal. If he had a way to give this Go Again, I think you crack Helm of Sharp Eye here. I'm not sure. But there's no Go Again on the weapon, so... Nope, just going to pass the turn there. And it looks like Jamie's probably eyeing up a Tear Asunder pummel, which is probably going to spell the end of the game. Really hard fought. You know, James was able to claw it back. But if he's able to draw a D-React here, a good enough D-React, he does have 2 pieces of armor. It might not be quite over yet. Those 2 Tear Asunders are just kind of... It's funny having both, but looks like we're going to pitch to make a Seismic Surge. We have 2 resources floating. Are we going to pitch for the Tear Asunder? No, we are just going to try to make James block awkwardly. Make James block a little awkwardly. Try to catch him off guard. Pummel it for game. Definitely could come up. But James can play around it a little bit. He can block with 3 cards. This isn't a dominated... That's why I really would have liked to see the Tear Asunder play here. Even if you don't kill him, you just give yourself another turn. He's gonna probably take damage there. Lose cards in his hand. But we're gonna block 10. So no free pummel. And maybe James is just sticking around, just finding a way. Make these pummels a little worse. We see the red pummel. That makes it 10. And then we have another red pummel. It was 2 red pummels. I think that's why we're doing 2 red pummels coming in for 14 damage. Take 4, go to 1. Go to 1. Good for James for over blocking there. And yeah, I agree. The Tear Asunder could have been pummeled as well, I think, if we had the resources. But it looks like maybe not, though, because they were red. Either way, James is at 1 damage. He's holding on by a thread. He has the tunic counter. If James were to find a way to pull this out, I would just be elated. But I see another pummel in Jamie's hand, so... It doesn't look very likely, but again, I thought James was dead turns ago. And now it's down to 11. Remember, this was like 29-12. So the fact that we got it to 11-1 is super good here. Super proud. But I think he drew a non-blocking card. He drew that Steelblade, or Iron Song Pride. That Iron Song Pride could be the downfall, but I see a pummel, and he also has Dominate like available to him. So it's just at 1 life, you only have to sneak in 1 damage, and Dominate's a great way to do that. So don't think that James has a way out of James has a way out of this. And that is a buckle, literally just buckle weapon swing. That's 7 dominate. I think what Jamie's really worried about is that there is a steel blade shunt in Arsenal, especially a red one. Steel blade shunt, you can float the tunic resource, steel blade shunt, or block with the tunic, and then use the floating resource to steel blade shunt, blocking all 7, and actually sneak in a point of damage at Jamie. And it looks like we're going to actually activate Bravo here. No resources floating. Going to pitch the buckle and something else and just come in for the Thunderquake. I believe that card is called. And he's going to play the Iron Song Pride just because he can. Jamie will take their game. I believe that makes him go to 2-0. James will fall to 1-1. Great game there. The Dory player was doing everything they could have. So, unfortunately for, hey, first-time chatter, Finn. I'm going to call you Finn. Thank you for joining us. But James was doing everything he could there to hold on, try to save as much damage as possible, just claw his way back. But unfortunately, the disruption and the power of Bravo was a little too much. And I do like seeing these new Dynasty cards in the Warrior deck, and the buckle is great. So, yeah, 8 resource cost, 3 of those cards in hand already, and they were red. So, if he didn't have a Surge, he could have possibly. But that being said, let's go to me. Hopefully, you guys stick around. We're gonna go to round number 3 very shortly. We're gonna try to find a good game. Let me know what you guys want to see out there. We do have Kanos. I think there's a Kano doing really well. Anything like that. So awesome game. Awesome to see these new cards in action. The Iron Song Pride actually putting in a lot of work. Unfortunately, just wasn't enough, and the buckles were a little bit too strong. Or the buckle, getting rid of that extra block on those gloves and at a really opportune time. So that being said, you guys stick around. Make sure you stay around for round number 3, and we will be right back. What is going on, everyone? We are setting up for the next round. We have an Icelander versus Olden, I believe. Yeah, Icelander versus Oldham. Little Tales of Aria action. Let's see if the I'm sorry, not Icelander. We have Lexi. I'm sorry if anyone was excited for Icelander. We have Lexi versus Oldham. Gonna be interesting to see if the Lexi can actually get over all the Oldham defenses. Let me just set up the next round. We'll jump it right over the table as they are setting up right now. All right, so it looks like, as I said, we have an Oldham versus Lexi matchup, something that I haven't gotten to see in a very long time. It's going to be interesting to see if this Lexi has any new cards in that deck from Dynasty, or if the Oldham does too. Maybe the Oldham throws in some buckles. Don't know what the Lexi could really play from Dynasty unless they're on the new bow. Probably not, though. Probably going to be on that Voltaire. So it's probably going to be a bit more of a traditional Lexi, and looks like the Oldham player, you know, going with the pretty traditional loadout. Tunic, Crown of Seeds, Goliath Gauntlet, not Goliath Gauntlet, Crater Fist, and of course the Iron Rot legs. Shield of choice is going to be Stalagmite. Stalagmite, interesting when you block with it. It's going to get that Frostbite token over onto Carlos's side of the field. Going to make it a little bit difficult to go as wide as they want, whereas Lexi is actually going to be looking to... It's going to be a rough matchup typically for Lexi. Getting over all the defenses of Guardians kind of been the traditional, like, bad matchup for Lexi has been these Guardian decks. Anything that can block really well, especially, like, from Arsenal, you know, things just don't really have dominate as often. They do have a lot of detrimental effects. A lot of the ice arrows are pretty devastating if you ever let them touch you. See an embodiment of lightning under that Frostbite token. Would have been kind of cool to see if that bow created embodiment of lightning. I mean, I think that would have been cool, right? Instead of just Briar getting actual embodiment of lightning. But it does give that arrow go again. Or your next attack go again, right? Or is it an arrow? Don't remember. I think it's your next attack go again. You flip over a lightning card, your next attack gains go again. You flip over an ice card, your opponent gets a Frostbite token. So a lot of frost going back and forth between this Elemental Ranger and this Elemental Guardian. Don't know who's going first. We'll see who ticks up that Tunic and gets us started. Looks like Carlos still shuffling up. I'm excited to see this one. You know, I want to see the Lexi actually do pretty well in this. I want to see able to get some damage in, able to get some disruption in, something that Lexi, you know, again, has a really hard time against Guardians. You know, just all the D-reacts that, you know, they come from Arsenal. Oldham's ability to be able to pitch a Earth card to prevent 2 damage. Don't know how much that's going to come up. I know a lot of Guardian decks been kind of shifting away a little bit from the Earth, but it looks like I already see Earth cards in Sean's hand. So, interesting there. Looks like Carlos is going to start us off. Lexi is the turn 1 player, kind of where you want to be. You want to get those cards in Arsenal as fast as you can. Able to flip them up, start the train rolling on a lot of those effects for Lexi flip, as we like to call it. So pitching a Rain Razor is going to activate Voltaire, going to put in the Bolton Shot, probably give it +1. Whenever Bolton Shot is buffed, it actually has go again, but not really going to matter here because we're just going to load up the Arsenal, put another card in Arsenal thanks to New Horizon. New Horizon says because we have a face-up card in Arsenal, we actually get an extra slot. Extra Arsenal slot, so we can put one face down. We have one for Alexi flip, but we're just going to start with a Terra Sunder, and that disruption is coming right now. Not as bad as a Nothos, what we just could have seen with Bravo, but it's still a Ice Hammer, and there's really only one way to efficiently block this, and you only get one shot at it, right? So he does have boots, and that's what we're going to see. We're going to see an arrow and boots. The boots do block for 2. And that's it. That's your one shot, because you can do it one more time, but it's with your New Horizon, right? So your New Horizon has to come down, But unfortunately, if you pop New Horizon in that way, New Horizon does blow up your arsenal, all of it. So it's really tough to have to block with New Horizon. That New Horizon probably will only be blocked with in the state, like in absolute emergency, in like a do or die emergency. Okay, so we're gonna start with Carlos's turn. We're gonna come in for 3 damage on a Bolton shot, and we probably have a buff for this to give it go again. I would imagine like a lightning press or something like that. And we're gonna use the stalagmite already. We're giving up those power cards early. It's funny. I thought this was gonna last a long time, but I have a feeling we're gonna give up so many power cards, so much armor, so much things like that. Now we do have the Rain Razors, actually, not a Razor Reflex or anything like that. Rain Razor is gonna buff this to 5. Give it go again. And Sean is gonna force out another 2 resources with the Blizzard. Blizzard is a strong card. Says either pay 2 or this loses and can't gain go again. Looks like we're gonna pitch the Channel Lake Frigid. So this still has go again. Still coming in for 5 damage. We have a Frostbite. Playing through as much disruption as possible here. Andro Pose, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Lots of new followers today. I just want to say welcome to everyone. It's been such a pleasure having you here, having you watch some of our locals with a bit of commentary. I really love doing this for you guys. I really love having games. It's something that I haven't really seen too much, is like the live gameplay, like outside of big events. And if I can provide a little bit of entertainment on your Saturday afternoon, if it's afternoon where you are, then I'm glad to do it. I'm glad to have you guys here. But it looks like we have the 3 of a kind coming down, drawing 3. Guardian's such a tough matchup for Ranger. It really is. Really is. But we are going to draw those 3 cards. And this is kind of where Lexi can do or die in this moment, right? The 3 of a kind, it giveth and it taketh away. So many times 3 of a kind, you'll draw 3 cards, feels super strong, but you can't play any cards from hand at that point. So if you just draw like non-attack actions and maybe an arrow or so, it just doesn't feel as good. You need gas with this 3 of a kind. But looks like we did draw the I'm blanking on the name, but I know what this one does. If it hits you, either pay 1. If it's fused, it either hits you pay 1 and you discard. Looks like we are going to block with 2 cards, so that is only going to give up. Oh, and the Rain Razors. Looks like we are blocking with quite a bit here. We do have the Frostbite token. Not the craziest 3 of a kind turn there. We do have the Winter's Wail. Just going to be a Frosty Winter's Wail from Sean. And you have to wonder, how much does Lexi care about this? Really, they care about the defensive effects. Because the arrows are so efficient, there's a lot of times where they are playing a lot of yellows where the resource cost isn't as bad. You still have to activate Voltaire twice, but a lot of times with a blue card, you can leave 1 floating a lot of times. Not purposely, but because we have the blue, it's going to help us pay for the Lexi flip through the Frostbite. And the Lexi flip's going to flip over a Lightning Press, so our next attack will gain go again. And Lightning Press and Arsenal face up is such a mind game where it's like, is this one? Am I going to use it here? You know it's there. Are you going to overblock? Are you going to let it come through? When are you going to block with it? When are you going to use it? So it looks like we have the Rain Razors. We are going to pick, I would imagine, go again. Yep, we are going to go again. This is 4 damage, 5 damage. Obviously we picked +1 from the bow. I was like, how does that have go again? +1 from the bow, and then obviously from the Lexi flip does have go again. So 5 damage and go again. If it hits, it will go back into hand. Sean choosing to block with 2 cards, not going to let it go back into hand, but then we do have the Lightning Press. It will be interesting to see. This goes up to 8 damage. You had to think you do have the effect, and we have another Lightning Press. So at first he does Earth React to be able to tie him at 8. But really, Carlos wants this back in his hand. The double lightning press turn to get the damage through. Carlos currently ahead on life, winning this game so far. Getting the arrow back is really huge too. Getting the arrow back is such a clutch thing because one of the ways that Oldham likes to beat Ranger is you just run them out of arrows. And if you can get the endless arrows to hit, that's another arrow that you didn't have to like truly spend when you actually use it again. So your deck just kind of lasts just that much longer. And hopefully, again, anytime I have seen Ranger beat Guardian, it's been like there's been almost no gas left in the tank, and you need to eke out as much power as you can. We are going to put that Rain Razors back into the arsenal, using that Voltaire for the second time. Probably choosing +1 again, I imagine, but it doesn't matter. We're not going to fire it. Carlos choosing to go into his next turn with as much firepower as possible. 2 cards in arsenal, 1 face down for Alexi, and then a 4-card hand, and just a dry, not exciting Winter's Wail. No frost whatsoever. 4 damage coming through. Carlos happy to take that. No disruption, no frostbite token. And Lexi just going to have free reign on this turn. Looks like we are going to activate Lexi. Lexi flip, give Sean a frostbite. They're both like wondering like who's frostbite to use. I love it. So Sean does have a frostbite. Going to pitch a blue card. Going to play the Polar Blast. Polar Blast says you either pay a 1 or my next attack gains dominate. And because it was played from Arsenal, I'm going to get to draw a card. Not even down anything except 1 resource. And again, like I said before, Ranger's just so efficient in terms of their resource cost. It's one of the few things they do well. So we are going to pay. Sean's like, nah. No dominate for you. No free dominate. And we do still have that endless arrow in arsenal, but at the moment, there's no way to give it go again. We need to put another card in the arsenal. Another arrow in the arsenal. Give it go again with Voltaire, I believe. Yep, so we are going to give it go again. That is the Blizzard Bolt. Wow, we're going to play the Pulse of Volthaven. So this is +4 to your next elemental attack. And there we go. Are we going to fuse it? No, but it is going to be 8 damage and go again. Strong attack. And we are fusing it. So I believe this one creates a frostbite anytime something hits you this turn. And if Sean wants to de-react in any way outside of just blocking, he's going to have to pay an additional 1 for it due to that frostbite. This has been haymaker after haymaker from Carlos's side, getting that damage in where he can, you know. We are going to see Sean actually use the 2 floating to get through the frostbite, activate Crown of Seeds, draw another card. So we got through the frostbite. We do have 1 prevention floating. And looks like we're going to block 8. So we still have that 1 prevention floating. Carlos, you know, has been able to put on quite a show here. Able to put in a lot of damage each turn, playing through disruption, you know. But Sean did give him a window on that last turn, only being able to throw a Winter's Wail with no effect. Looks like we're going to close the chain here. We're saying this one's done. Are we actually going to end the turn here? No, not ending the turn. No reason to end the turn here. We do have the Amulet of Ice. Amulet of Ice, interesting card too. Anytime you Ice Fuse, you are able to pop it, and your opponent either discards a card or pays 2, I believe. So very disruptive card, but you do have that bit of, what do you say, like there's a condition on it, right? It's not just free. You do need to Ice Fuse first, so you need specific cards in your hand, specific cards in your arsenal. It looks like we are going to send that Endless Arrow for 4. And before the Endless Arrow hits, we actually are going to pop the Amulet of Ice now because we did Ice Fuse earlier this turn. So pay 2 or discard right now. And you know, Carlos has been putting in a lot of work on this deck. He's been playing Icelander quite a bit. Really putting in the work, really messing with the deck, really trying to get to a point where you can beat these tough matchups. You know, a lot of times before it was Prism giving him a hard time, then Prism LL'd and it looked like you know, Lexi had a chance, but now we have just so much ice, so many guardians here today. It'd be really awesome to see if Carlos can actually top 4 with this deck today. Don't necessarily like the stalagmite block there too much because the frostbite is just going to go instantly away. But it looks like we're going to give a frostbite with the hammer anyway. No card in Arsenal. It's a kind of a big deal against Lexi. So let's see what the Lexi flips over now. We actually have the Channel Lake Frigid. Channel Lake Frigid giving a frostbite. Channel Lake Frigid giving a frostbite, and it looks like we had to pitch into it. We did have that frostbite token. We had to get around it. So 2 resources left. You could just play the Channel Lake Frigid here. I think that's what we're gonna see. It's not looking to be the most powerhouse of a turn in terms of damage, but definitely in terms of disruption. So a frostbite and a Channel Lake Frigid. So the next thing that Sean wants to do is going to cost 2 more, including D-Reacts or anything like that, or Oldham's ability, or activating the Tunic. Now, he could have activated the Tunic underneath this frostbite, but, or at least before the Channel Lake Frigid resolved. Choosing not to. Looks like we're going to pick a Bolton, we're going to load a Bolton shot, give it +1, so 5 damage and go again from its own effect. Yeah, big thank you to all the new subs and the viewers joining us today. This has been huge, and I want to say thank you again, guys. It's been awesome bringing this content to you, and if you want to see more, just, you know, stick around. We have 2 more rounds of Swiss after this, I think. This is round number 3, so we have 1 more round of Swiss after this one, then cut the top 4. And we actually do have a Heat Seeker. We actually do have a Heat Seeker. Now, I don't remember exactly what Heat Seeker does, to be honest. It's a new card out of Dynasty. I pulled like 17 of them, so I should know. So Heat Seeker says when this hits at the beginning of your end phase, put the top card of your deck face up in your arsenal. That's great. You get a free, and face up, that means it works with New Horizon quite well. I really like that card in Lexi. But it looks like the Winter's Whale coming in for 4 here. You know, I will say this. Carlos has done a lot on his side of the field. He's played a lot of power cards, played a lot of disruption, but he's losing right now. That's kind of like, it's just so rough. So rough to try to get over Guardian as Ranger. I do like the Insidious Chill. You know, Lexi has gotten a lot of support out of the last couple sets. Kind of sneaky too, where like the ice support came out of Uprising, right? When the first thing you think of Uprising, personally I think of Draconic, I think of Ninja, I think of Illusionist. I forget that Icelander was in there. And Icelander got a lot of ice support that's just ice that now Lexi has access to, including that Insidious Chill. But here we just see the red Pathing Helix coming in for 4 damage. We do still have that Channel Lake Frigid on the field. I don't think it's going to last past this turn. Yeah, there's no world where I think this lasts past this turn. There's no way he's going to get the last 2 cards in his hand, in his arsenal, especially on that Ice React. The Ice React, pretty huge there. Only has 1 card left in hand. Gonna take the Pathing Helix. I think that sends it to the bottom. But we're just going to play the Insidious Chill. Looks like we are going to lose the Channel Lake Frigid. Sidious Chill is going to come in with 3 counters. Anytime you Ice Fuse at this point, I think it hits the hand. It's going to be a disruptive. Either they pay 2 or discard. So now Sean has one of the biggest hands he's had all game. And this is where, this is huge. All right, so this is Terra Sunder. Now it's not Frosty, but it's still 5 damage on a Terra Sunder turn. And again, like I said, there was exactly one way to get around this the first time, and that was the legs, the boots, the Perch Grapplers. Trying to remember the name. Perch Grapplers and a card, which he did on the first Terra Sunder. And now the only other way at this point is to give up another card and your New Horizon that blocks for 2. However, you just don't want to do that, but this is an interesting way to get around it in a different way. So he's going to eat the damage here, but he is going to activate the bow as an instant and block for 1. So he's going to take 2 damage here, but he has no cards in hand. So really interesting there. Does get around the Terra Sunder disruption effect in a way. You don't lose the cards. Really heads up play there to activate Voltaire twice as an instant. However, now Sean has free reign, right? Now Sean has not been disrupted. Now, if Carlos wants to, I don't know. I think that's a drill shot. So drill shot not gonna. I think drill shot actually has a pitch cost. So, and you don't want to just send it. So gonna draw up, and now Sean can do whatever he wants. If he has a big disruptive turn, which it looks like that might be a Spinal Crush in his hand, which would be pretty interesting. Yep, there it is. Spinal Crush. Had a Guardian last game. Just every time I see Spinal Crush, I shake a little bit. Spinal Crush is just so devastating. Coming in for 9 damage if it crushes, which is 4 damage or more. No go again at all, and Lexi lives off go again. Even Lexi's ability it's an action that has go again. If you don't have go again, your turn's over. So Spinal Crush is going to probably rip at least 2 cards out of Carlos's hand, which Lexi on a 3-card hand does not feel nearly as good. Are we going to give up the second card? I feel like we kind of have to. If you want to do anything, not having go again. Yep, no, we're going to take 6 here. That is going to crush. Go to 16. And now Sean has quite a lead with the card in Arsenal. Crown of Seeds active. That's been something he's been kind of missing most of the game, is that not having that Crown of Seeds effect. He's done it a couple times. He's gone around a couple Frostbites with it. But Carlos not having go again, we'll have to see how this plays out. Now he does have Voltaire, which is an instant. Does not rely on an action point. Does not rely on go again. Carlos really deciding what to do with that one and only action point. In a way, he kind of got red in the ledger. It's very similar, right? So no go again. Red in the ledger is a little bit stronger because even if you have extra action points through some means, you can only play 1 action. But it looks like we're just going to send that drill shot. I think this is kind of not necessarily a Hail Mary, because it's not really a Hail Mary. It's not going to win you the game, but I think it's more of a, I need to do something. I need to do something to get me into this game. So Drill Shot, new card out of Dynasty. If Drill Shot has an aim counter, which it will not, it has Piercing 1. And then when this hits a hero, put a -1 counter on equipment they control. So the aim counter it's nice. It gives it Piercing. He'll never have an aim counter on it, I don't think. I don't think he's playing the buff card that gives it an aim counter. He's not playing the Sand Scour Great Bow. So it's just going to have that -1 effect, which is kind of good against Guardian, I guess. They do have a lot of armor. You could put it on the Tunic. So that's 1 less armor the Tunic will have. He'll never block with it. But we're just going to end the turn with a Endless Arrow face up in Arsenal and another card face down. And again, Sean has a pretty good turn lined up here if he has it. In terms of having cards in his hand, the ability to do what he wants. I see a Polar Blast, which would be good for next turn. He's going to pitch the Polar Blast and actually show 2 cards, so Gonna be rousing the Ancients for 7 damage and go again here. And looks like Carlos wants to go to 9. Doesn't want to have to give up cards for this, but might have to. Going to 9 to 21 versus an Oldhim doesn't feel great. And it's just kind of, this is where Lexi is right now against Guardian, where Carlos was doing so much. He had to play kind of cracked out of his mind with his draws, like so much damage early, but really we never saw the differential happen. They were kind of close most of the game, and then Sean was able to just swing a hammer here, an attack action there, and just keep it close, and then now he's ahead, relatively far ahead. And there's just so much disruption that Lexi can't. I feel like Lexi really preys on something like a Phi, something like a Briar, maybe less so Briar, but definitely Phi. Anything that truly doesn't want to block at all, Lexi just eats up, right? So much disruption, so many frostbites, so much discard effects. Whereas Guardians, especially Oldhim, they're just blocking. They're going to be blocking the whole time. It's going to be very hard to get damage through. They're going to be ice reacting you. They're going to be earth reacting you. Plenty of actual D-reacts in the game, or in the deck. And taking 7 here, going to 9 doesn't feel too great. Especially because you never know with Guardian, they could be running pummels that you're just not ready for. And it looks like we're going to block 9. Or actually, sorry, block 7, 2 blocks and a 3 block. And then just a nice hammer, or sorry, just a Winter's Wail. Gonna take that 4, go to 12 to 21. And not where you want to be as Lexi. So it really depends on what this flip up it will be. I'm really hoping for Lexi that it's actually a lightning card. You need to really do something to get this life total back to where it needs to be, much closer than where it is now. And it looks like it's not even going to be a Lexi flip. We're just going to do a 3 of a kind, and this is a huge 3 of a kind. This needs to be massive to get back to where we need to be. Now remember, for the rest of the turn, cards cannot be played from hand, so pretty much any buff card, anything like that, even instants, non-attack actions, nothing can be played from hand. They can be pitched. You can activate the bow and put something in arsenal. Looks like that's what we're going to do. We're going to actually play the Heat Seeker. Heat Seeker is actually really interesting. Gets around the 3 of a kind a little bit because it's going to put something face up in arsenal. So if it is a buff, it's something that you could play because you're playing it from arsenal and not from hand. Sean giving Arsenal a quick read there. I'm sorry, giving Heatseeker a quick read there. Seeing exactly that's what it can do. Now this is 5 damage. We do have another 4 damage sitting in Arsenal, so if Sean were to take all of this, the game would be tied. I don't think that's what's going to happen, though. I think we're going to see a couple blocks out of Sean. Just keeping the game methodic. It looks like we're going to activate Crown of Seeds, knocking that down to effectively a 4 damage attack. We do have the Earth React in hand. I feel bad for Rangers. They have to jump through so many hoops for very little benefit. Well, the thing is, like, against certain heroes, it's a lot of benefit, right? So against, like I said, Phi, if he was playing against a Phi, a lot of what he was doing is very disruptive. A lot of the arrows he was sending at is very disruptive. However, against anything that can block even moderately efficiently, it's just difficult, right? You put in so much work. It's kind of like a Runeblade without a lot of the Runeblade damage. It's like they subbed out Runeblade damage for effects, for negative effects for your opponent. Kind of a hate class where a lot of the things are things that you don't, that make your turn worse when you're defending against it. However, because they can block so efficiently, Oldhim especially, You have to jump through a lot of hoops just to get damage through, let alone those on-hit effects. And those on-hit effects, especially in Lexi, require fusing. And if you're blocking because they're doing something, you know, painful, like a Terra Sunder or something like that, it's just very disruptive, and fusing's much harder. Anything that hits your hand makes fusing harder. It looks like we're just going to send out a Frosty Hammer. 2 cards left in hand. This could be baiting Pummel just a bit. Be interesting to see if Carlos decides to try to block it. And there is a Pummel, so this actually is going to knock it up to 8. Carlos is going to go down to 4 and not lose a card in hand, but get a Frostbite. Losing a card in hand is only when they pummel an attack action card that costs 2 or greater. But pummeling the Winter's Wail, you know, taking Carlos down to 4, if Carlos doesn't threaten lethal here and Sean has another like pummel type effect, or even something with Dominate, Terra Sunder, something like that, or what I see in his hand is an Oakenold, if he can play that Oakenold and fuse it next turn, then Carlos is in for a world of hurt. He'd have to give up the New Horizon, probably have to give up the Tunic and a card, and still like go to 1 and lose 2 more cards in his hand. So the game would probably be a wrap there if Sean does have the natural fuse in his hand. So Lexi flip, we do have a Frostbite token, so we have to pay for it. We are going to show a Lightning Press, so we are showing a Lightning card, so the next attack does have Go Again. Just take the damage here and play Oakenold in hand. Again, only if it's fused, which I don't see. There is a Pummel, though. The Pummel is pretty huge. The Pummel can definitely end the game. And there it is. 3 of 3, 3 of a kind. Playing all 3. We need to see something big here. We do have the Lightning Press in Arsenal, so we can still play that, and we're probably going to, and the Pathing Helix. And there we go. We're going to send that Pathing Helix, free up a card or an Arsenal slot. 4 damage and Go Again thanks to the Lexi ability. Four damage and Go Again. I believe Pathing Helix is the one that goes to the bottom when it hits. So not a crazy on-hit effect here, but it is another card where, you know, Carlos has played this matchup before where it's like we need cards that recycle themselves. Endless Arrow, Pathing Helix, things like that, where just get more cards. Cards back. We don't want to run out of cards. We don't want to fatigue against Oldham. Looks like we are going to Lightning Press this. It goes to... I think Sean has the natural... the natural fuse, and Carlos is just gonna have to Arsenal here. That 3 of a kind, like I said, giveth and taketh away. If Carlos just passes here, that might spell the end of the game, because he's gonna Arsenal a card. He'll have to block with New Horizon to live if this Oakenold gets its effect off. Yeah. Okay, so Pathing Helix actually does reload on hit. Right? It's been quite a minute. Yeah, Pathing Helix basically has reload. It says if Pathing Helix hits and you have no cards in your arsenal, you may put a card from your hand face down in your arsenal, which is reload. Funny enough, they didn't just put reload on the card. Unless reload's face up. No, face down. Yeah, face down in your arsenal. It's funny, it just has reload. Anyway, we are going to send in another attack here, and it looks like we don't have the... Yeah, and so the Chilling Ice Vein coming in twice here is pretty strong. Sean may actually find a way to lose this game because that was quite a bit of damage. It doesn't look like they were fused, but it does look like we are going to crack the bracers, the bullseye bracers, and put another arrow in it. It's an endless arrow. We are going in as much as we can, trying to get this damage through. 5 damage could take Sean to 2, and it is not over yet. Lexi may have just found a way back into this game through a huge turn, sending, what, 4 arrows at Sean? Going to 2. And that's going to put the arrow back in his hand. We're going to arsenal a card. And so we know either a card in hand or a card in arsenal is the endless arrow. I'd assume it's a card in hand. This is a Frosty 4, so if Carlos wants to stay alive and just take the... If Carlos wants to, and a little bit of good sportsmanship there, he threw the hammer out before taking the tunic. Carlos letting him take the tunic up anyway. So we're throwing the icy hammer out here. It's gonna get either a card or at least a piece of armor. It's gonna be a piece of armor. It's going to be at least a piece of armor and maybe a card from hand to block all 4 of it. If Carlos wants to and he thinks he has the hand for it, he could just block with the tunic and go to 1. That is really scary, and you would get a frostbite, and you have to do some math to see if you can play through that frostbite. But it looks like we are going to block 4. No frostbite, no damage. Sean will be on 2, and the bigger deal, I think, is that there is no card in Arsenal, so no Crown of Seeds this turn. We are going to Lexi flip. What do we got? We have an Erase Face. That is not something I was expecting. Was not expecting a Erase Face there. Looks like we're going to load Endless Arrow. Fire Endless Arrow with Go Again from Voltaire. 4 damage and Go Again, threatening lethal. And Sean has the perfect card for it. He says, I have this sink below. I don't need to... No Endless Arrow for you. And we're going to pitch the last card, and we're going to send the Erase Face, which will probably get 2 cards out of Sean's hand. And probably just lead to... Oh, and the last card in Sean's hand is a Command and Conquer? No way to threaten lethal. Unless he just blocked with that Command and Conquer. Didn't see exactly what card he kept. Looks like it probably will be the Command and Conquer. And give Carlos a free turn. And that is terrifying because 2 damage does not feel that difficult. Carlos has been able to poke through quite a bit. But again, this is Ranger, so anything can happen. It can be the most busted hand ever or a handful of arrows. We'll have to see. We're going to activate Voltaire. Load a Pathing Helix. Send it for 4. And again, every card is going to have to be great against Lexi. It's going to have to block for a lot. I did see another sink below in his hand. So we do have quite a bit of really good... the Endless Arrow again. This time it's for 5. No Go Again. 5 damage coming from the bow. Oldham on the back foot. We're going to activate the Tunic. Draw a card from the Crown of Seeds. Prevent 1. And we still have the other sink below in hand, which actually is pretty great in this scenario. Is he going to sink another card? He has dug quite a bit. So we are going to sink that card. We're looking for something. Don't know what we're looking for. I did see that we have a pummel in hand. Now, is this the time where Oldham can finish it up? Doesn't look like we have the cards to play everything we want to. That was a pretty strong case of blocking Exactsies on every attack. And just a Frosty 4 with 2 cards in hand. 2 cards in hand, one of them being a pummel. Insidious Chill really putting in work here. Yeah, it doesn't really done much of anything. I think he just hasn't really had the chance to Ice Fuse, or he's missed it. I don't think a lot of the like chilling Ice Veins, I think, were just vanilla chilling Ice Veins. Really coming down to it. Having to block with 2 cards. Doesn't want to have to give up the New Horizon and blow up the card in Arsenal. And it looks like we're not going to pummel it. I think that's because we didn't have the... I think we had the blue pummel. So the blue pummel blocking for 6 there. Not really going to do anything. We're going to Lexi Flip. Lexi Flip an Ice card. Give up a Frostbite. And this could be where he wins the game here. If this is Fuse, it has Dominate. But no, I don't think it was Fused. If it was Fused, the Insidious Chill would have procced. This has been rough. It's just 9 damage. You can give up 3 cards here relatively easy. Unfortunately, because it wasn't Fused, I think it does not have the Dominate from the non-attack action there. It's unfortunate because he had to use up the cards to pitch what he could have fused it with. But just 9 damage. It is a lot of damage. He is going to have to give up. He can either give up 3 cards here. It looks like he wants to get rid of the Frostbite for his turn. He's going to activate Crown of Seeds. And he still might have to give up 3 cards here. Did not hit a D-React or anything like that. So probably a 3-card block here no matter what. Go down to 1 card. Just send another Frosty Hammer. Get a card out of Carlos's hand. Actually, if I'm Carlos, there's a chance I just give up New Horizon on the next turn. No cards in hand. Not going to send an Arsenal. Only at 2 life, so don't know how relevant that extra Arsenal slot is for the rest of the game. Just have to see. This is a much more competitive match than I thought it would be. I thought Oldham would be up 20 life by this point. Yep, so he blocks all 9 there. No damage taken, living at 2 life. And you have to think, is Carlos getting to the point where maybe he's just running out of arrows? I mean, he's played quite a bit. It looks like we're just going to have a Frosty Hammer coming in. And there it is. Like I said, just going to give up the New Horizon. Maybe take the 2 and get the Frostbite. Actually, choosing not to. Maybe taking it back a little bit. This has been quite the match. And I do think it's really funny. This Insidious Chill has not done anything. Has not been able to fuse a card at all. It is kind of scary, though. It is at the point now where if Insidious Chill ever procs... Yeah, exactly. This is exactly what I was getting into. If Insidious Chill ever procs, it could be the card that wins the game. We're going to pitch into Voltaire. Load up a card. It's Bolt and Shot. That's not what you want to see, I think, right now. I think you want to see something to fuse with. But 4 and go again, nothing to scoff at. Now, something that Sean could do is actually just Ice React the last card on top of the deck. Block this with a card in Tunic. And kind of be ahead here. This is really coming down to it. Both these decks really trying to grind out this last bit of points of damage. No one trying to give it up, and it's really tough because you're having to give up cards to stay alive. Looks like instead we're going to block with 2 cards. And we're going to Ice React that card on top of the deck. Unfortunately, we can actually activate Voltaire as an instant in response. Bolt and Shot going to give it +1, I assume. And that is probably going to do it here. 5 damage. Well, actually, if he has a... It depends. What does he have in terms of blocking? Probably pretty close, but 3 and... Actually, he had Tunic to give up the block there. Could have stayed alive by 1. Choosing not to. Going to take the damage. Pretty sure close to the time was being called, so instead of going to a draw or anything, like risking a draw, I think we just decided to take the damage there, and Carlos will actually take the game. Your Ranger is, I believe, 2-1. That was a great game to watch. Hey, I think I saw this spike up to 17 viewers. I want to say thank you guys so much. We have 1 more round of Swifts and 2 more rounds of Top Cut coming to you live from Orlando, Florida. Locals here at the Haven Tabletop, at the Haven Games. Shop at the Haven Tabletop if you ever get a chance. Use that promo code TEAMACG that you see on your screen the whole time. You get 10% off all singles. Those singles are very competitively priced already to TCG player. They have Dynasty singles in stock. They have everything you need, including a bunch of tabletop games and sleeves and all that good stuff. That said, that game was long enough that I need a little bit of break on my throat. Throw it to the Be Right Back screen, but you shouldn't have to wait long. Don't go anywhere because round number 4, we're going to try to find that really spicy winning in for round number 4. Don't go anywhere. Lots of more gameplay coming right up.
interested. Oh. No, you're good. Be interested to see if he includes that in his list, or includes that in this match. Did you see his Blazing Aether, AJ?
I know he's playing it.
I was speaking to Zach after his match, and we were talking about it. So pretty much it's to combo kill with 1 Frost Hex. So you're trying to set up an Ice Bolt in Arsenal. That's the two mana, 3 damage one. But it plays that. So what you're trying to do is like crack your boots. Oh, you're also supposed to have the E-Pot out plus Tunic counter. So you crack your boots, crack your E-Pot plus Tunic, play your Blazing Aether for 5 because you Metacarpus nodes it. Then you play the defense reaction, and then you play the Ice Bolt, and then Waning Moon.
How much damage is that?
So the Blazing Aether deals 5. The Ice Bolt deals 8. No, deals 8 because it'll be buffed by 5 plus the 3 base, and then it makes 8 frostbites plus 1 for playing it. So it'll make 9 on his opponent. And then you try to have a Frost Hex up to kill, and then you just Waning Moon him for 3. So I think it does like something like 25 damage.
That's a pretty good turn.
That is a pretty good turn. It's definitely a pretty interesting combo kill. Not sure if it's easier to set up than the Frost Hex Ice Eternal thing. What's up, Brandon? How are you? So we do see Tom is in fact running that Waning Moon in this matchup, along with the Eluvian Constellus, like I had previously thought. From what I've heard, the consensus in this matchup is that Kano does just do the mid-range thing with Waning Moon just a little bit better than Icelander. And it definitely helps because in this matchup, the Kano player probably isn't going to be exhausting many cards just due to the fact that they're going to be pitching. So, and they're off. No idea who's going first. ZP, he's got that evergreen, some type of mint gum. Representing that Icelander hero, you know. Freezing. See a Lessons in Lava plus a blue Singe in Tom's hand. Can't really make out the rest of the cards because unfortunately he's holding them right outside the camera. Moving on to ZP. I don't know who's going first. So, not really sure where to start here. Like I said, a big thing in this matchup will be that Eluvian Constellus. And another more important thing to mention about the Eluvian Constellus. Oh my gosh, Tom with the big brain plays here. So Tom actually targeting himself with that Singe because it does say any target, not target opposing or not opposing hero. So he's actually ABing himself, and then it's just gonna Arsenal pass over to Zach. And Zach can't really do anything again because he doesn't have any cards in Arsenal yet. And it really does not seem great to pop the Storm Drivers in turn 1. But another important thing to mention about that Eluvian Constellus in this matchup is that it reduces the cost by 3 instead of just 2, which means that you can use it to pop Frostbites for free, which I believe we saw to great effect in Nationals in that Icelander mirror that Michael Hamilton played, and I believe it was top 4. We just see a E-Strike for 7. Just gonna see Tom block 6, and pass back over. So now we're really in it for Zach, and he can actually start interacting on his opponent's turn outside of just blocking. So we've seen Aether Wildfire out of the Arsenal from Tom. No buff, interestingly enough. And then we see Zach pitching 6 resources, floating 2. Gonna activate all that Null Rune, fully block that Aether Wildfire. Another thing, like I said, Eluvian Constellus only activates once per turn. Not really any benefit to using it multiple times, even though it doesn't really matter, it's just Null Rune. I don't think the Frost Hexes will be that big of a deal in this match. Oh. Which way? Adrian's back in the booth. Let's go. Our king.
Yeah, did you see that Singe play?
I did see that Singe play. I was talking about Eluvian Constellus and how like it reduces the cost by 3, but Tom actually hitting us with an even more big brain play. We see, is that a red centering foresight? I
It
believe it's
sure is.
opt 3. Your next arcane damage attack deals 1 more, right?
Yeah.
And then you can play it as an instant if it on your opponent's turn. Pretty good card. Definitely a great combo starter. I'm really interested to see how the combos from both decks actually play out in this matchup. Like, I don't really think Zach would be going for the Frost Hexes. I feel like it's maybe not the best plan into Kano.
Yeah, I don't think you have the time really to set up those Frost Hexes. I don't think that's really viable.
I will say, one very important thing that Zach has that not a lot of other decks have is he's got that AB5, which means he can almost fully prevent an Aether Wildfire.
Doesn't just have AB5.
Oh, actually, he fully can block out the Aether
Yeah.
Wildfire right now because Tom isn't running Crucible of Aetherweave in this matchup, which means that outside of other buff cards, and with an Aether Wildfire is going to swing for his 5.
Right, and not just that, it doesn't just have AB5, right? He has a bunch of blues to where he can actually actively use AB5.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, a lot of decks would like to run AB5. They could throw in
5 null ring,
like
or 4 null ring.
even Brute, right? They have a decent amount of. You can throw in
Especially that Skull Horn.
They can use the Skull Horn. They can get to AB4 really easily. They can get to AB5 sometimes with the Lantern and like 1 Claw, but they just don't. They have a decent amount of blues and yellows, but it just doesn't feel
Not
as
enough
good.
to get, not enough like a Guardian or a Wizard, for
Right.
example, where you really get that good use out of it.
And to the point where, so let's say the Brute does give up like 2 or 3 cards, or 2 cards to AB5 in that scenario. What's their turn look like after that?
Horrible.
A Claw.
Nothing.
A
Which,
Claw for 3. And then they're leaving themselves open on their turn
to the Kano.
to the Kano. So
Which is, that's how a lot of times you'll see Kano winning, is your opponent just, either you swing on them on your turn, they pitch their
Right.
whole hand, and then they just do nothing.
right. So I think either Spell Void or AB3 is like, other than unless of course you're Wizard, right? It's different, but
I think Spell Void is truly the best way to take out, to target Kano, but it's really hard to include that much equipment in your deck now.
Right.
Especially when you have to deal with Icelander.
it would be we're getting to that point where there's enough decks in the format where you really have to make a meta call. You have to say like, do I think that there's enough like Wizard in the format, and not just Wizard, specifically Kano.
Specifically Kano, because Spell Void it
Definitely
doesn't
not
really
great.
do much. At that point, I feel like you'd almost rather have regular equipment, just with how the Icelander decks are built right now, you know?
Can I just have Prism back?
No,
I don't
sorry.
I don't have to just like Spectral Shield it all
If you
away.
can get your Prism back, I get to have Chain.
No.
Good exchange.
I'll have to make that trade. Say no on that trade.
So, this past turn, we see Tom give an Immerus Scolding, and then playing a Blazing Aether while it's on the stack, he then swung a Waning Moon.
Wow, and Zach
Getting
is
some
on the
sick chip
Frost Hex plan.
You know, the more I played Icelander, I don't necessarily know if it's more so a plan, or it's just the fact that your deck plays Frost Hexes in the main board. Because they are an ice card, and they're not bad.
Absolutely, and Zach choosing not to, or Tom choosing not to.
Zach, doing a little mis-sequencing. I'm guessing Tom doesn't care.
Yeah, probably not. So we're still on Zach's turn. Or no. We're on
Oh,
we're on Tom's turn. He's trying to give him a frostbite.
no. Are we on?
Wizard things.
I can't. Well, we can't be on Tom, or we can't be on Zach's turn because he just played 2 things out.
It was from Arsenal.
How does he play 2 though? He played a Frost Hex and an Amulet Device.
I don't know.
I'm not really sure. Was I not paying enough attention? How does he have like 1 card in hand?
I think it's Zach's turn. That's your point.
Okay, that's what I thought. See, Lessons in Lava. Honestly, I think there's a red Aether Ice Vein in Zach's hand, which means there's a good chance he could just die here.
Yeah, starting at 20 life for this turn, not a great look, honestly. In terms of like staying alive, he's gonna take the damage here no matter what, because that's an Aether Ice Vein. Gonna try to get that get that energy counter on the Alluvian, but if Tom just has the turn here, it doesn't look great. Tom taking a peek, getting an energy potion, Windmill slams it. Excited for that one. Gonna pitch into Kano one more time. I think I see a tome, like a Fiendel's tome. Tome of Fiendel.
Oh, that was a blue Aether Ice Vein. Still, same point. He got the E-Pot worth.
Oh, you're saying that's an Aether
Yeah.
Ice Vein. Yeah.
I was saying it was blue. I thought it was red. I misspoke earlier. We see a Waning Moon activation.
Good
Gonna
old-
ping in for a nice 3.
Nice little 3 Waning Moon action.
Yeah, I really think Kano just comes out on top in like almost all these exchanges.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, you know, there's so much disruption on Zach's side, but because Kano can play at instant speed, you can kind of
The
just
disruption doesn't matter.
it just doesn't.
It's kind of the same thing like against Bravo, where like you could throw a Crippling Crush at like a Kano and they just pitch their whole hand. It doesn't
Right.
matter. You see a big old Aether Dart for 1, and then a passing of the turn.
Yeah. Oh, and I think I see a Sonic Boom in Tom's hand, which Sonic Boom can be quite the combo starter.
It's a very good card, but like I said, another thing, again, Zach does have 5 Null Rune, which means if he doesn't want to hit, it's not going to.
But again, if he has 5 Null Rune, he goes full Null Rune block, then
Yeah, it's a
Tom draws up. Zach doesn't.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, and then Tom just...
Ooh, Channel Lake Frigid. Does Tom do something in response?
This is probably the one card that actually gives Zach a chance. So, yes, Tom can respond to it here, but then once it's active, it's there, right? So it gives Zach just a bit of breathing room in terms of, like, if he can survive this turn, then the next turn from Kano isn't as good, hopefully.
Yep.
And there we go, the Sonic Boom gonna block up to 4 counters on the Alluvian there.
Pretty sure Zach's probably gonna pop that here just because it
Because why
doesn't
not?
go above 4, right?
No, it sticks at 4, so yeah, I see Zach actually just gonna probably activate. Tom gonna activate his Waning Moon. Zach probably gonna activate his Waning Moon. Oh no, choosing not to.
Well, I
Tom,
mean, he activates Waning Moon for
Tom
free.
looks like he's on fast forward right now.
Yeah.
I was like, he's very deliberate. You know, Tom is actually probably one of the more everything he does in terms of like playing a game is very like concise.
Yeah.
It's like this goes here, that goes there.
Ooh, when we do see that Waning Moon from Zach, going over to Tom, getting one, was it flow counter?
Flow counter.
Yeah, one flow counter onto that bad boy Channel Lake Frigid. See if he can keep it up for multiple turns here.
He needs basically if he has any hope of staying in this game, it needs to survive probably for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Like if not this particular one, then like another one when this one's about to go away.
Because being at 14 against a wizard is just so rough.
Even as a wizard. And then it's funny because they're Icelander is not Kano, right? So you're not gonna get into that weird staring match where the two Kanos stare at each other. Like
Yeah.
if I'm the
Icelander
one who
has
goes
to
first,
move.
yeah.
Because Icelander doesn't have that explosive capability that Kano has.
Yeah, definitely not nearly as explosive as Kano, and definitely very difficult to kill anyone from 23, let alone another person with as effective. as
And we
Nullring.
can't even see that super dope combo because no attacks in the Kano deck.
So we're attempting to freeze that Arsenal card.
I'm a big fan of Cold Snap.
And yeah, I want to know what are the outs you think Zach has at this point? Is it just keeping Channel Lake Frigid up? Is it just trying to live through that, do enough damage, chip enough in?
That's definitely possible. A thing we saw earlier that happened to Tom was like he did his combo thing, and it definitely will happen to a lesser extent in this matchup just because there's no attacks. But like Tom drew, he had already blocked by Blazing Aether earlier, and then drew both, which like makes it borderline impossible to like combo kill when your opponent's at like 25.
Absolutely.
So
hey, I just want to say there's 18 of you just in Twitch and another handful in YouTube, and I just want to say thank you guys so much for watching so far. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe and share this stream everywhere you can. Super appreciate it. Glad you guys are here watching. Hope you're having a good time in this Wizard Wizard v Wizard matchup for top 4. Playing for the
old winning in.
The old playoffs before the playoffs. And it looks like Zach really wants to play this Aether Ice Vein.
how's he?
He's going to. This is going to fuse it with a Channel Lake Frigid. So there's the second one. I think that's the one that's going to be the one that has to survive, I guess, because and Zach actually needs to get another ice card into the pitch zone. to keep this one around. Otherwise, this one will go away. The FB.
Frostbite.
Frostbite, yeah.
But I don't know, not really. You're not supposed to go and interrupt the match, unfortunately.
No, not gonna go over that. Unfortunately, that is a missed beneficial trigger on Zach's side, so not gonna matter. Not gonna show up here, but we do have to arsenal the Channel Frigid, so we are gonna play it on Tom's turn. But Tom only has one card in hand, which is actually a very good sign for Zach.
Oh,
that card
like
is
the opposite of a good sign.
Yeah, so we are gonna probably respond here with that Channel Frigid.
And actually, even better with this Tome of Findal, like he leaves out 2 floating for the Waiting Moon too, which is pretty sick.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a good play here, but that Channel Frigid is going to come down. Tom has no way to respond to this at the moment, so it is going to give Tom another Frostbite. Plus, slam a Channel Frigid back onto the field, and Tom is going to be slowed down quite a bit.
Alright, so we see a pretty big brain play here from Tom. That Alleviant Constellus actually reduces the cost of your staff by 3.
Yep.
So it
so the
basically eats that Frostbite.
Yeah, so what happens basically is it increases and decreases in terms of costs in Flesh and Blood. So it's going to increase the staff up to a 3-cost staff, and then the Alleviant Constellus says, nope, 3 goes down to 0, and easy way to eat up a Frostbite.
Yep. Curious who Zach is. Are you waiting me?
Oh, he actually did it before the Frostbite resolved instead. Interesting.
I mean, I don't think it matters. He's probably going to play another attack this turn.
So we're going to gain 2 life. Now, Tom is actually ahead by 10 life right now, which...
Starting off down 6.
Kind of terrifying.
Yeah, like,
when you're
especially
Icelander.
like against Kano, your like lethal range is like so much larger than any other hero. Like Icelander is definitely a little bit of a different matchup than your regular ones, but for like the normal Kano combo, he's got like he took out over half the health that he needed to.
Yeah, absolutely. So Zach very much in the kill range of a Kano. Especially if he ever drops cards, you get to be very careful, because if you ever drop cards down to a certain point,
sometimes you just
don't have enough. You just die. Yeah, absolutely.
On the bright side for Zach, though, he does still have that Channel Frigid out, and I'm guessing we'll probably continue to have it out on that next turn, hopefully.
So we are just going to AB with the Alleviant Constellus, stopping a bit of the damage, still staying at 24. Getting another energy
cannon. Sweet Tolarian dropout sleeve.
I haven't seen that in a while.
Findal's Fighting Spirit, gain a life.
However, we have no resources floating. We do have a Channel Frigid.
I don't think Tom will combo here. It's so hard to go and everything's tax an extra 1.
It is hard to, but it is tantalizing.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think Tom, he's a smart dude. He'll realize the best line is to wait.
You're probably right. But there is probably a mathematical equation where you get to 15 here, because there's nothing floating. This is it. If you can get through the Frostbites.
See, and he's blocking.
No,
Look
we
at that.
are blocking.
Easiest read of my life.
You're not wrong. It's definitely the best choice. You're not wrong, but you gotta think about it. You got.
Yeah. I'm just doing a mild amount of trolling. See a nice little A3 spindle coming in for 4.
Yep, no buff, but Zach is able to block this all if he chooses to. But there's a question there. He has 2 ice cards, and if you can find a way to put both those ice cards in the pitch, that's another
I don't think that's
turn
2
of
ice
Channel
cards. That's a
Frigid.
brain freeze, right? That is a elemental wizard action, unfortunately. Or am I wrong? I guess we'll see when he pitches them here anyway. He pitched a brain freeze and another red. I can't tell what it is.
You're screaming.
Who's EP?
Yeah. So
that's just average Zach Porter for you.
Absolutely. So
We love them.
not going to get damage in there, but just another Fandle's Fighting Spirit. Poking in, getting another life out of here. So
Again, increasing that clock by at least another turn. Tom's probably not going to try to combo into this. Let's go.
7 damage to the face. So Tom might have to give up another couple cards here. But you got to think, like, if Tom ever gets to the point where he has, like, combo cards in his hand, he's like, doesn't want to block this. But even, there's just this weird feeling where even, let's say Tom eats this. Probably won't. Let's say he eats this to the face, right? Goes to 4 or 16.
It's like he can easily eat it and still just kill.
Like, he's at 16, and then I'm like, if I'm Tom fighting against Ice, I'm just, like, not afraid.
He's got such a large, like...
It's just very difficult for Icelander to kill.
Yeah. Especially against Kano. You're just playing against someone who, like... I wouldn't say does what you do better, but... Like, does the arcane better.
I will say this has been an awesome match to watch for a win and in. Something exciting. 2 wizards that are.
I know, and AJ was like, "Are we sure we want to show this match?" He didn't say it, but I could tell in the look of his face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it would be over quick. That was my issue. I want to provide the entertainment.
See, you don't think I know better than that, AJ? Come on now.
This is the entertainment.
Come on.
Definitely. Going a little crazy. We've been streaming since 2 o'clock here. We still have 2 more rounds after this. Top 4. While Tom's deciding what to do with this block.
So he's gonna block for 6.
He's gonna block with an Emeritus Scolding and a Gaze the Ages, I believe.
He's gonna play some type of 2 for 4 or 5 arcane attack here, pitching a blue.
Yep, and Tom's like, hey, don't forget, this Channel Light Fridge is gone. Thank you very much. Get this out of here. I don't want to see it ever again. Like, great match, never knowing whose turn it is. Amazing. Yeah, I feel like...
it's honestly kind of rough, I won't lie to you.
There was a couple turns where it was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
See, that turn where the pitch stack said the cold snap, I think he just straight up played the cold snap, like, on his action phase. I thought that was one of his opponent's turn. I was like, how's he playing the Channel Lake Frigid after? Because he has an action point. That's
Looks like we have a Shoximus in the chat.
Oh, my lord.
And then just a E-Strike for 7.
E-Strike for 7. I love this Icelander deck.
Yeah, you actually get to attack with it. You get to play, like...
You're playing Flesh and Blood.
You're playing Flesh and Blood, but also being a wizard. Absolutely. So, yeah, this Icelander deck definitely is, again, I talked a little bit about it. Michael Hamilton kind of pioneered it in the sense that a lot of Icelanders weren't playing, like, attacks. We had a early on when Icelander was released, we were so used to Kano, was my theory, was that...
Do you remember that Frostfang pummel deck that, like, won a...
That was hilarious.
That was sweet.
That was hilarious, but we were so used to playing so many wizard cards in Kano because you were afraid of missing that I think people kind of drifted that way with Icelander just from the beginning because it's just the natural way to go. Right?
Yeah, but you're never really Kanoing out the top.
No,
you have some amount of card selection, you know.
Right, you just need a certain ratio of blue non-attack actions that you can play from that arsenal.
We see a Chain Lightning. Before it's resolved, he's gonna play a Snapback.
I like
good old ZP, giving the cards a good old read.
Good old read.
Because, to be honest, when people do stuff like this, it's like, that seems a little unfair.
Well, so what's going to happen here is because
he plays the Chain Lightning, and then, because the Chain's Lightning is played, he can play the Snapback at instant speed.
But then the Chain Lightning will resolve and allow the next one to be played at instant speed as well.
Yep, and also that deal 3 will trigger because he has already played the Snapback by the time the Chain Lightning resolves.
Frostfang into Pummel is degenerate AF.
Yeah.
Or based.
I think it's pretty based. On-hit effects are incredibly based. I think disagreeing just means you're a Flesh and Blood Zoomer, don't know how to play the game. But
the old Chain Lightning plus Snapback. Yeah,
it's a banger.
Something I haven't really seen in a while, and because
it's been a while.
And we don't have Stir, right? Stir, the Aether Wind is banned, right?
In Blitz.
Oh, really?
It's legal in Stir. It's legal in CC. You don't play in the deck, but
really?
Yeah, Stir is banned in Blitz, right? I'm not wrong.
I thought it was.
It's definitely not banned in CC because there's the way better stuff you can be doing in Kano than playing a Stir the Aether. But a Stir the Aether Winds into a Forked Lightning.
I don't know. I just feel like Stir is still a really good card. Anyway, Chain Lightning is also a really good card. It's going to allow this Snapback to come in for 3 since it was played, and because the Chain Lightning hasn't resolved yet. When that does resolve, it'll allow the next non-attack action to be played as an instant as well. So pretty strong turn from Tom here.
Tom is going on what the experts call X Games mode. Zach being smart, letting this Chain Lightning snapback resolve. Then he's
He's gonna activate the Amulet of Ice.
That's nice. I like it.
So Amulet of Ice is on the stack now. Does Tom want to actually pay 2 or discard a card, or just go off with Kano?
I think just Kano twice, honestly. Well, he used Kano once.
Well, the thing is, he can. So the Chain Lightning hasn't resolved yet,
Which means he can't play anything at instant speed from his hand.
His hand is kind of awkward though. And
Alright,
here we have
he's
a
definitely spitting that whole
stack.
bad boy.
We have an actual like crazy stack here. So now we're gonna to like go backwards here. Now we have
So this is
Ragamuffin's
pretty
Hood.
interesting. I wonder which one. He's probably gonna put the Tome of Aether in on top.
Yep. So Ragamuffin's Hood is gone. Now we're gonna resolve Kano. Kano is going to play the Fiendl's Tome of Fiendl from Arsenal or from Banish.
Seeing if Zach wants to respond with that Waning Moon. I'm gonna assume probably not though. A nice little draw 2 in here.
And
So,
that is not what you want to see.
Horrible.
That was really close to being insane. If like
They were just spaced out a
yeah,
little
they
better.
were
That'd be
spaced out a
awesome.
little better. He actually drew 2 Tome of the Aether Wind, which is
And a second Tome of Find Out, which is
Yeah.
like
I think we're gonna see a pitch here. Oh, we're gonna let the Amulet of Ice actually resolve. We're gonna pay 2 from the potion.
I believe this is what the experts call a unfortunate hand.
That was a very unfortunate hand, and going into his next turn is not very great either.
That's the thing, like, he's in such a bad spot, but as soon as his turn is over, like, it just goes straight back to Tom being in the driver's seat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially because Tom, I think he could activate the Winning Moon here, right? Or he's just gonna block.
Yeah, just gonna block there. Gonna activate some Null Rune. Or I'm sorry, not Null Rune, but his
Snapback
chess
coming
piece.
in. And then we're gonna see that Chain Lightning coming in.
I'm happy that we had all the cards on the chain and we resolved them back like
That was
as the 'cause-
wonderful.
Yeah, we needed that. We needed that little visual
Thank you,
cue.
streamers.
Just wizard things. This is truly like a wizard fight where it just seems like whoever has command of their deck better is going to be the one who actually walks away with this.
Oh, he played the Tome at instant speed. Because that Chain Lightning.
That's pretty good.
That is very good. Especially because,
I almost forgot Chain Lightning was resolving on the stack.
yeah, there's a lot going on.
And let's just look at that pitch zone. Good
So,
old
love
traditional
seeing
Kano.
with like 8 cards there. You're like, how did you get here?
I do really like that turn 1 Singe play into yourself to get a counter.
Oh, it's only a blue.
Only a blue
I was
Vaulted
like,
Bolt.
no way, they're red, bro.
Is Zach actually playing a rewind here?
Oh my lord.
Now the thing that's scary about actually rewinding
Is
this
you
is it's
put
a
a blue
blue.
back in hand.
If it was a red Voltic Bolt, that would actually be pretty cute, but you don't want to give him another blue. You'd
Are
almost
we gonna
rather
start playing
pitch to it.
Rewind for the awesome Wizard Mirrors?
Get your reverse rewinds now. Stonk's going up.
Your opponent does their whole combo and you're just like, I'll rewind your Blazing Aether.
Yeah, and if they don't have another way to play it as an instant, you're just like, wah.
Which like a lot of times they do.
Yeah.
But usually the Kano combos are with no margin for error. All resources expended.
Like right now.
Yep.
Zach is staring down the eye of the barrel that is this Voltic Bolt for 3 damage.
He's in the tank.
Now, Zach still has AB5 available to him. Tom
Doesn't that,
has AB 1, 2, 3, 4. So
What is he doing this next turn if he just doesn't block this? Like, was he debating about playing the rewind there?
So he's actually going to pitch the rewind in order to just stop the damage. And it looks like he's going to try to pass his turn, I would imagine, just to arsenal this card. But
Tom over there taking a peek at those 8 cards. I know he wants a pitch stack.
And does Tom actually have the cards he needs to finish this game out?
A Blazing Aether in hand. Well, I would say it's a good start, but he is down a Ragmuffin's Hood, so that's not a great start.
Hood. Tom is actually in quite an awkward spot. I don't think I see a lot of blues in that hand at all.
Which I mean is like relatively fine.
Like I also don't see a lot of damaging spells either, like that aren't combo pieces.
That is just kind of out of the deck.
Gonna activate Kano, take a peek. That is a chain. No, that's a sap. I believe that's sap, which is an interesting card here. Would get the.
Does it hit Alluvian Cancellus?
It does hit Alluvian Cancellus, but funny enough, if you block with it, it'll just go back to 2. It'll be like down 1, up 1.
It also has to deal more than.
Yeah, it has to do more than its base. So Tom gonna activate the Waning Moon, and yeah, actually Zach's just gonna take all of it.
I mean,
Arsenal
it's really unfortunate. Like he doesn't have much better of a choice there.
My head hurts watching, but I can't look away.
See a nice little Aether Spindle. Gonna opt himself a nice 4. Maybe. I'd be surprised if ZP took this though.
I can't wait to see after everything that came to the tournament today. I want to call out what top 4 is.
Do you think it's the combo time? I see the Aether Wildfire in hand. There's a good chance he could just like nuke him here.
Well, it's not going to be this turn, right?
No, because he doesn't need the D-React. He's weak enough. Like, if he just pops Boots, plays that. Because he has a red in hand, which, like, kind of sucks for Tom. I'm trying to think. Do you know what's in his arsenal?
In Zach's? I don't know. I don't know at
I wish I knew what it was. If it's some sort of damaging spell, there is, like, a non-zero chance you can kill here. Because he can swing for, like, 5. Tom's going to prevent 2.
Wildfire in this Icelander? Yeah, apparently it's a
he's got a whole combo with what is it, Sigil of Permafrost? Is that the defense reaction?
Yeah.
So pretty much he just tries to like Blazing Aether off of the boots. Or not Blazing Aether, Aether Wildfire off the boots, and then play the D-React, and then play an Ice Bolt from Arsenal, which makes like 8 frostbites, and if they have a Hex up, you just deal like 1,000,000.
We're actually gonna pitch the Aether Wildfire.
I saw him use it earlier. It was actually pretty sick.
4, and I just want to say that is not where you want to be. Yeah, letting Tom opt 4 cards as Kano.
Going to 6 against a Kano is like it's a death sentence. All?
He's gonna top 1. That's an interesting play there. So he's gonna pass.
I think he probably bottomed 2 non-blue cards because I'm guessing the way he's setting up this kill turn is he needs to kill off of the Blazing Aether that he's arsenaled.
And 7 damage coming in again. These E-Strikes have actually put in a lot of work trying to equalize this game just a bit. So if Tom takes this again, it would be tied at 6. But I think Tom's going to try to go in for the kill here.
And that's the thing. Like, even if he whiffs the kill, he is just fine to like try again next
It's
turn.
An E-Pot, which is okay. I mean, you just -1 a resource here. That's fine. We might go again, but
I mean, could have been a Scalding Rain on top, you know.
We are going to play a Prognosticate. Is that the name of that card?
Yes, that is Prognosticate, I believe. We see the old activation of the Alluvian Constellus. It's really wild to me how many just like strict upgrades Kano got in this set.
Prognosticate is just a better
Aether Dart?
Not Aether Dart. Is it Aether Dart?
It's a 0 for 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or 0 for 3.
On the red, yeah. So
yeah.
Literally just better Aether Dart. I think some of them. Well, no, it's a better Zap.
That's what I was trying to think
Aether,
of. Zap was the other one.
The other one I just said has like some slight advantage, which is they're usable against like other stuff.
And there it is. Tom's gonna be able to pop the Striders a full combo, do enough arcane damage to finally knock off Zach. I think that is gonna knock
only a
Zach.
10 damage turn.
Is enough.
That's
all you need to do. Finally enough
baby
to
Kano combo.
Knock off Zach. Tom is gonna go to top.
Hello, Grantley.
Tom is going to go to the top tables and GG's.
GG.
And we will be back shortly with your top 4. We'll read off what your top 4 is as soon as we know. We know one of them is going to be a Kano.
Yep.
So
I
definitely
believe we
gonna get
also
Kano in
know
top
Bravo
4.
is guaranteed.
Yeah, there is a Bravo. I think Jamie on Bravo, which we saw earlier in the
And
tournament.
then there should be one other 3-0.
Yeah, so absolutely. So we will be back. I will put like what I've been doing in between rounds is actually putting up a back in X amount of minutes. So you guys will know when to be back to watch top 4. Just keep your sound on in the background or something in case we come back earlier, in case all the rounds finish up a little bit faster. But like I said, if you guys can, we're going to be heading into our top 4. So please like, comment, subscribe, Twitch Prime, all that good stuff, anything. Share the stream around. Get this going. Let's get this big again. Get a good chat going in for top 4. Tell us who you're rooting for. Are you rooting for Kano? Rooting for OG Bravo? Whatever you want to see, we will be bringing it to you in top 4. So that being said, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back to Adventure Co Gaming. Let's go. No split. There was so unfortunately a player in top 4 did actually have to go. That was the conversation. But it turns out our players decided to play it out. So your top 4 is as follows. You have Carlos on Lexi, Tom on Kano, Jamie on Bravo, and then Nick on Dash. And unfortunately, the Dash player was the player who had to go. So Jamie on Bravo, you will see him in the finals, and then whoever wins this game will meet him in the finals. So Lexi versus Kano. This will probably be pretty quick if I had to guess. Lexi's not going to be blocking a whole lot of Arcane, but we'll have to see. It's going to be a pretty big slugfest if I had to guess. So super excited to see this one. You know, Kano, he can play a lot under a lot of that disruption. It's interesting to see. You know, Kano starts at 30 life. Lexi can do quite a bit of damage pretty quick. The player who's in higher seed, I don't know. I want to say it's actually Tom in this matchup. So Tom, I think, will get the option of choosing whether to go first or second. I don't know what the better choice is. I don't know what the better choice is. I think probably going, I don't know, probably going second here. You get their turn, your turn, plus another turn, almost like blitz rules to do as much damage as you can as possible. Kano can just really spiral out of control pretty quickly here. We just saw quite a knockout Dragon fight between Kano and Icelander. But now we're going to see what Lexi can do. Can Lexi put on the hurt fast enough to get through to Kano? 30 damage versus 40 damage. Who can do it faster? Probably Kano if I had to bet, but we counted Carlos out before and he was able to get over Oldham, so we'll have to see what happens here. This should be interesting, as Gruder says. I love it. I love that our players decided to choose to play it out. I try to throw my hands up and say, like, hey, I'm not telling anyone what to do. We have people watching, but if you want to split, do what you want. And someone said, well, AJ is streaming, so let's play it out. So that's what happened, and here we are. Lexi versus Kano. And if you have stayed with us since the beginning, or if you just joining now, thank you guys so much. 16 of you in stream so far right now. We got up to over 20 during that last match, and I would love to see that again. So if you can, share the top 4 around. Let's see what's going on. Who's in the community that's got nothing to do right now? Watch some Flesh and Blood. Top 4 match going on right now. And, you know, Lexi is playing a couple of the new cards. Get to play some Heat Seekers, some Drill Shots. Don't know if they'll be playing too many Drill Shots in this matchup. I mean, there's only one blocking card, and that's what the Drill Shot's kind of for, is to get rid of those blocking armor pieces. And really the only thing you could put it on in this matchup is the Tunic. Really, I think the Lexi just needs to find damage as fast as possible. So top 4, who's excited for top 4? And then whoever, I'll say this, whoever has to go into the next match does not have the greatest matchup. Both of these heroes into Bravo is kind of difficult to get over. Promo. I was given a promo for my streaming goodness. Thank you so much. But yeah, going into Bravo after this match is going to be... that was the promo I was given. It was a Predatory Streak. Just saw it kind of flash on screen there for a second. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who can actually go into Bravo after this. But looks like Carlos is going to start. He's got that Tunic counter going. He's getting ready to pitch a card. And we should be underway. Going to load up that first arrow using Voltaire. Does Tom actually have a response to this? I don't know. It's going to be crazy fast. I think Tom can just respond whenever he wants to, do as much damage, and really Carlos doesn't have too much to be able to block this out. So yeah, just gonna pass the turn there. Tom choosing not to go off. Looks like he's gonna draw 2 off the tome. Not exactly what you want to see there. Did get a potion, which the potion right now is not exactly what you want to see, but he's gonna activate Kano. Get a little peek off the top. It's gonna be a sap, and sap is actually really interesting in this matchup. Keeping, if it surges, you get to keep Carlos off his tunic turn, and an Aether Spindle. That's pretty strong there. Looks like we're gonna Aether Spindle in with a Crucible of Aether Weave coming in for 5. And what does Carlos have to block this? He only has the Null Rune Boots, and do the Bracers have Arcane Barrier? It looks like they do, so gonna take 3 from this and opt 3. And as soon as you start letting Kano opt some cards, you're not in a good place. Opting 3 is huge here. And this Aether Spindle coming in for 3, opting 3. Let's see what Tom decides to do with these 3 cards. Not really giving us a good view on the camera of what those 3 cards are. I want to see what he's able to actually pitch and play here. It looks like that was a Voltic Bolt, I think, that goes on top, and the other 2 are going on the bottom. See another another sap in his hand. Looks like he's gonna play that sap. It's only gonna be for 1, I think. So while that's on the stack, he's going to actually Kano the Voltic Bolt in for 5 damage. So 5 damage and then the sap for 1. And already this life deficit that Kano started with is starting to look not too much like a deficit. 34-30 going into Carlos's turn. He was actually able to stop a decent amount of that damage, but really just a lot coming through. 6 damage on pretty much what felt like a setup turn. Nothing crazy came out of that. Looks like we're going to go into Lexi's turn. Lexi flip. Get a Frostbite. Tom's not even worried about it. And Carlos actually playing the card that makes you either pay 1 or discard a card. I think Tom will obviously just pay the 1 here, but you know, another card out of the Kano's hand is pretty good here, and Carlos needs to have a pretty decent turn of his own, actually get some damage in here. Otherwise, just giving Tom enough time to set up and have this big blowout turn. And then we see the 3 of a kind. Tom saying, hey, don't draw those cards just yet. I'm going to respond to this because you're actually out of cards right now. But Tom actually says, you know what? I don't have the card. I don't want to play through this Frostbite right now. I don't have the setup I want. Just giving it a check to make sure he didn't want to go off there. But going to let him draw 3. Again, these 3 of a kinds can be such feasts or famines. It's either great or not so great. But this is a good card. Heatseeker out of Dynasty is going to come in for, I think, 5 damage, and what it does is if it hits, which Tom's not going to let it hit, if it hits, you get to take a card off the top of your deck and put it face up in your arsenal. And then just sending that arrow, he put turn 1 into the arsenal at Tom. Tom going down to 25 is currently 34-25. Yep, Tom just going to pass, get rid of that Frostbite. Arsenal, the last card in his hand. And Kano kind of in not the worst spot, actually. Is in a pretty good spot. Going to activate Lexi. Lexi flip. Show the ice card. Give a Frostbite over to Tom. Tom's going to let that resolve. Not going to try to go under that one. Tom really going to try to pick his spot here, looking for the combo cards that he needs. The Weave Ice is going to come down. Activate Voltaire. Chilling Ice Vein going to come out. Coming in for what I think is 6 damage and dominate. It's actually going to be 8 damage and dominate with a fuse. So this is the on-hit effect that if anything touches you for the rest of the turn, you either have to pay 1 or discard. And it can be pretty gross, but Tom does have a lot of blues here. But it does have dominate. Only going to block with 1 card. Take 5 damage here. Go down to 20. Tom actually choosing to discard the card. Maybe it's a card he just doesn't want in his deck at all, actually. And Carlos is actually going to follow that up with an Arctic Incarceration. Yeah. So if my voice sounds a little bit different, I actually had to switch mics. For some reason, my mic actually stopped working. If it sounds weird, let me know. It's probably a little bit less quality than the mic I was using, but hopefully it's not too bad. So the arrow coming in for 5 damage and go again. Carlos is actually starting to threaten Tom quite a bit. Up by 14 life, but as we know, Kano can actually do quite a bit of damage out of nowhere. Tom just methodically blocking, looking for those combo cards, looking for those tutors that search up the cards he needs to just really go off here. Carlos going to play the Amulet of Ice and play a second Amulet of Ice, choosing not to put one in Arsenal in order to flip it up and give Tom a Frostbite. Just would rather have the cards in Arsenal or on the field ready to go. But here we go with an Aether Spindle for 5. And again, Carlos can only ever block 2 of this. I don't think he runs the... it's going to take 3 here. I don't think he ever runs the... like Oasis Respite or anything like that. And he only has 2 Null Rune. Mic is not bad. Just picks up noise in the background. Keep the great horn. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the other mic. It just decided, it said USB microphone not recognized randomly and just stopped working. So that's fun. But yeah, stick with me. Hopefully, guys, we only have this match and one more match to go. This one's looking to be pretty great so far. I'm ready for this big Kano turn that just like wrecks everything. Just this big combo off turn. So Tom choosing the bottom 2 cards, leave 1 on top. Still has no Arsenal, which could be relevant. It's not the most important thing in Kano, but it is a source of damage that you are missing. A lot of times you like to Arsenal something like a Chain Lightning. It's just a way to do something else and then give that thing the next wizard card you play at instant speed, so that you can play like 2 things when you normally can't, other than using Kano's ability. But here we just see an Arctic Incarceration. Tom says, give me the Frostbites, don't care, ready to go. Yeah, I definitely see that the mic is picking up pretty much all the noise in the room, but it's okay. It looks like Tom is actually going to pay through the Frostbites, pitching 6, has 2 left over. He's going to play the Lesson in Lava, which is kind of terrifying because we know that Carlos can only ever block 2 of it, so it's going to come in for 2, and that allows Tom to fish anything he wants to the top of the deck, but it will shuffle the deck. So if Tom was planning on any kind of pitch stacking or anything like that, which I don't think you'll really do against Lexi, usually the game's probably not that slow, but I do see him, he will have to shuffle the deck. So we're going to pitch another Rain Razors, block the 2 that we can. Tom will be able to fish anything that costs 2 or less back to the top of the deck. Let me see if I can add a filter. Hopefully that's a little bit better. I put on the noise suppression filter just a little bit more. Don't want to make it too much because I don't want to silence me too much. But yeah, what do we think we're gonna? What do we think Tom is fishing up here? Do we think it's a blue, just another blue card? It could be a Gaze the Ages, something like that. He does have a card he's gonna be able to arsenal. This is the card he's gonna draw. I don't know if he's expecting to play this card right now. It looks like it's going to be another Lesson in Lava, which is pretty cool. So that's a good combo piece to be able to go fetch something else that you want. Definitely anything that tutors in the Kano deck is really good, and Lesson in Lava is going to be the best one. Pretty much whatever arcane damage it does, it's going to be able to fish something else that is that cost or less and put it on top of the deck. So he's going to put it on top of the deck, and then he's actually going to Kano it out, choosing to do 3 more damage, and Carlos again can only ever stop 2 of it. He's going to take 1, and Tom's going to go fish another card. Almost didn't do the trigger there, almost just let it go, but no, we are going to fish the card out, put it on top of the deck. And I don't know, he's got to be looking for a blue here at this point. I would imagine it's something like a Gaze the Ages, usually the blue card that, for whatever reason, I always fish out to the top, but it could be something else that he doesn't want to see. Because if you leave the Gaze of the Ages in the deck, there's always a chance you hit it, which is really nice. So it could just be any random blue that he wants to be able to pitch next turn. So didn't see what he fished there, so was trying to fix the other microphone, but to be honest. But we're going to see the Lexi flip. We're actually going to get the Pulse of Volthaven, so that's going to give both sides of the Lexi. So we're going to get the Go Again from the Lightning side, the Frostbite from the Ice side, and this is going to have Go Again thanks to that Lightning flip there. Even though it wasn't buffed, it's just the 4 damage. And Tom's going to take 4. Now, Bolt and Shot normally has reload, but in order to reload, you have to have no cards in your arsenal. And unfortunately for Carlos, fortunately or unfortunately, he just won't be able to reload. But he's going to activate the bow, put in a Pathing Helix, and shoot for 5. And Tom's getting dangerously close here. You know, he's kind of dirtled around a little bit, but this is all probably by design. You know, wizards aren't dead until they're dead. And that's probably the most true statement of anyone who's picking up Flesh and Blood for the first time or anything like that. Wizards are not dead until they're dead. If their life is not 0, they are not dead. And if you've played Flesh and Blood, you know what I mean. At the end of the day, they can always Hail Mary if they have to. A lot of times they can set up these big turns that are just unblockable, like deterministic kills. Especially against AB2, the math just changes so much. So Tunic, gonna take up that Tunic. We have 1 card in Arsenal. We're not gonna Lexi flip. It's a Rain Razors from Arsenal. And so now we're gonna activate Voltaire. We have 2 floating. And we're gonna put in the Voltic Bolt. I'm guessing we're gonna give it +1. So Bolt and Shot. I think I said Voltic Bolt, but Bolt and Shot. Bolt and Shot's going to be coming in for 7 damage and Go Again from its own effect. That Pulse of Volthaven is just sitting in Arsenal, waiting to be used. Pulse of Volthaven is going to be played. So I think he's letting this hit, and then on the trigger, he's going to play... I think they're discussing rulings here, so... Yeah, so I think the issue there was he wanted to reload. I think that's the issue. He wanted to reload there. It's going to take 7, go down to 4. Tom is at 4, which is dangerously low. And it looks like Carlos is actually just going to reload the card. Is he going to activate Lexi? He sure is going to activate Lexi here. Yep, going to activate Lexi here. Whether or not Tom wants to let this resolve, it's going to be a Rain Razors, or I'm sorry, an Endless Arrow. Not sure why we activated Lexi there. Unless we plan on putting another card in Arsenal, which we very well might, and it is. It's going to be the Bolton Shot. Coming in for what I think is 7 damage and go again. So Tom is not dead to rights here. Not at all in terms of like damage on board. I think he could block out these turns if he doesn't feel like he has it, but it looks like we're going in. Looks like we're going to end up seeing what we got. He has the Eye of Ophidia, and that's a great start. So he's going to be able to opt to before this Kano actually resolves. Let's see, he's going to, looks like he's going to leave both on top. That's actually a really bad sign if you're Carlos. So he's going to actually hit the Tome of Fandel. So that is a 1-costed draw 2. So he's going to do that. Draw 2 off this one. He actually draws what I think is a blue and a red snapback. You can't ask for much more than that. Now, funny enough, Tom could still decide to block here. He could actually block all of this damage out. 7 damage from the Bolton Shot, 4 damage from the Endless Arrow. That is, he has enough cards in his hand to do that. If he chooses that, he doesn't have like really the cards to go off with. But it doesn't look like that's what we're doing. We're going to activate the staff. Give our next wizard non-attack action +1 damage. So we're activating Kano one more time. This Kano flip is going to be huge. We're actually going to activate Kano twice. So we have 2 Kano triggers on the stacks just so we can Ragamuffins Hood. Yeah, so just so we can Ragamuffins Hood, we actually have 2 Kano triggers on the stack. And then the Ragamuffins Hood where we're going to draw and put 1 card back. That was pretty quick. Looks like he knew exactly what he wanted to do. He wants the Blazing Aether, or the Aether Wildfire off the top. Let the other Kano trigger resolve. It's a Voltic Bolt. Tom needs to get to 28 damage here. We're going to activate the E-Pot and the Tunic. Play the Aether Wildfire for 5 here. Yeah, these Kano players are wild. And we're actually going to activate the gloves here, coming in for 6 damage. Does Tom actually have the kill ready to go? I think he might. So he actually blocked 1. There's 5 damage floating here. We're going to play the Voltic Bolt. And the Voltic Bolt's going to come in for 10. And then I think we're going to boots into Blazing Aether. 11 damage Voltic Bolt here from the... Oh, also adding the gloves. Oh, no. It was... Okay, so it is 10. And so we have 10 damage coming in. No blockable damage. He's going to go to 13. And then we're going to boots with the last resource into a Blazing Aether for game. I think that's it here. Going to 13. And then, of course, here we go. Last resource, boots, Blazing Aether. Wonderful, oh, wonderful game there. Crazy game. Tom will be going to the finals with this Kano deck. Crazy combo, excellent play, excellent lines there. Amazing game from Tom there. Able to just get as much damage as he can. Sneak out there, find the line, kept it or no, didn't keep it. Well, it was interesting, but he just played patiently, found his line, found the way to get the kill deterministically, and that's the game. Tom will go into the finals. He'll be going against a Bravo, and we'll have to see how Tom decides to go against that. I'm gonna go to a Be Right Back screen real quick. Don't go anywhere because we have Tom on Kano and Jamie on Bravo for the final match of the night. Please share this around if you can. Shop at thehaventabletop.com. Use promo code TEAMACG for a wonderful 10% discount on all Flesh and Blood singles. They do have Dynasty product. They do have Uprising and every set pretty much out. We see the prize packs come down. Hey, good job. Let's go. We do have plenty of prize packs for our top 4 players. And, of course, if you ever are in Orlando, pretty much every player walks away with something. No one goes away empty-handed. Wonderful locals here. Everyone gets at least 1 pack, I believe, no matter what. So I think most players got 2. But, yeah, so I need to rest my voice for just a few seconds because they're going to pretty much set up. I might not even throw it on the Be Right Back screen. I might even just change this Carlos to Jamie and just throw it to where you guys don't hear so much of the background noise. And we'll be right back with finals. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave you guys on some like elevator music and kind of let them set up for finals. If they end up splitting finals, I'll let you know that too. That is an option for them, but maybe not. Hopefully they play it out and we get to see one more awesome round of Kano. So you are seeing my face. Welcome. Thank you guys so much for watching. Because you're seeing my face, I have to bring you the bad news that they did choose to split. So the Bravo and the Kano did choose to split. I want to thank you guys so much for watching. If you can, please share this stream as much as you can around. You guys were awesome. There's been so many of you in chat. You guys were chatting it up, and I just love that. It makes my job so much easier. If you like what we do here, please consider liking and following and subscribing and all that good stuff. It really helps me out. I have a lot of fun doing it, and you guys seem to enjoy watching it. So we'll be back every Saturday bringing you content. So just so you guys know, every Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern, we do have what you just saw, pretty much our locals. We're growing every day. And the first week of every month is Blitz. So you have CC for like the next 2 weeks, and then Blitz the first week. So fun stream, appreciate it. Thank you so much for those kind words. It really means a lot. And I want to thank you guys so much again for watching. It really, really means a lot to me, and I want to say thank you. That being said, every Saturday, 2 Eastern, join us again. And of course, Wednesday, don't forget, every Wednesday on this channel, we also have a live Flesh and Blood show where we just talk about Flesh and Blood. And we really appreciate your audience there too. I like doing live content. So thank you guys so much. On that note, we will be leaving, and I will say good night to you.